Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through the Council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting. Writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you are in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be taken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for the period of time or write "leave" in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep a track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone else to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. We have important reports to consider today, and I anticipate we will deal with the business in our usual effective manner. So first of all, we have Seradent apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Tracy, can you please provide the Seradent and apologies, please?
Morning, Chair. Thank you. Morning, members. We've got 22 members present in total. 9 present in person here at the Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Stitt, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Young and Julie Irvin. And we've got 13 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Brodie, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Karen Crothers, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Ingalls, Councillor Little, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McCammon, Councillor Walters, Councillor Wood, and our 2 parent council reps, Greg Black and Lisa Binney. I've got 2 apologies from Councillor Hill and Anne Barber, one of our church reps, and not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Scobie, Stuart Clement, our school rep, and the church reps, Robert McQuiston, Sam Scobie, and one of our youth reps. I'll maybe just mention, Chair, that the monitoring officer has agreed for the Vice Chair to chair this meeting today under exceptional circumstances, and if there should be a vote where the casting vote is required, it will be the person chairing the meeting at that time who will take the casting vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. I approve of members' remote participation. Declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of interest that they wish to make? Councillor Scobie?
No, a declaration of interest. I just heard Tracy say I wasn't present at the start of the meeting, and now I'm present.
Okay. Thanks very much for that, Councillor Scobie. So we've got the minutes of the previous meeting, 8th of November 2024, for approval. Does everybody approve these minutes? Okay. Thanks for. And item number 4, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing, Revenue Budget Monitoring Report 24 to 25 for the period ended 30th of September 24, Quarter 2, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've got Gillian Ross here to assist if members have any question. So I will now open the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. I might as well go first. On page 18 and under the Support and Learners budget and the Thriving Communities, there's a lot of savings here made from not fulfilled vacancies. What are we doing about that, and can we get a list of those vacancies that still need to be filled? Where are we advertising them? How long are we advertising them for? And then when we move to Appendix 1 on page 21, some of that assisted support for learners is generic support, and that's got an overspend, but that's coming at the cost of targeted support, behavioural support, other ASL support and sensory services in special units. So that's extremely concerning that we're actually not getting the right people in the right place at the right times for the children. Thank you.
Gillian, do you want to come in?
Thank you. Just in terms of the general vacancies approach, just to highlight that I'm not aware of there being any holding of any vacancies, as part of this. It is just the general recruitment challenges that are being experienced across the council and associated with the timing of those delays in terms of from posts becoming vacant to when they are filled is one of the key areas. All posts across the council are advertised on the My Job Scotland, which is the national approach that we take as part of that, and that tends to be the generic approach that we take across the board there. It's only when there's very specialist posts that we would look to go out with that type of approach, but I'm not aware of there being any need for that at this moment. In terms of the comments in relation to the supporting learners and the appendix, just to confirm that the overspend in relation to the ESL generic is part of the approved approach with the council, with the additional resources of 700,000 that were approved as part of the agreed budget. So that increased spend is planned increased spend associated with that and will be supported through the drawdown of those resources going forward. The other adjustments in relation to the underspends in the area are those associated with the reference in the main report with the short-term timing delays of vacancies. But happy to pass over to service colleagues if they've got anything additional that they would wish to add in relation to that.
No. No. Does that answer your question, Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Chair. And just one more, if you would oblige. Is that okay?
Sorry?
Just one more question.
Yes, that's fine, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 19, is it a Labour vote that put this through, the resources of 500,000 that will now go to support pupils where they have the largest pupil-teacher ratio numbers in secondary, and that will be a big support for them from January until their exams, where that support will very much be needed. Obviously, if it hadn't been kicked into the long grass for so long, we'd have had them teachers in place beforehand, but they're there now and hopefully they'll be utilised. And I look forward to seeing the results. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any further questions? Oh, sorry. Got Julie Irving.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question about the table on page 21. I'm looking down through the Directorate Education Resources. What is EMA? There's no funding allocated, but I don't actually know what EMA stands for. It isn't in the list at the start, the documentation.
I'm happy to take that. It's normally education maintenance allowance, but I can refer that back to finance colleagues, but my understanding is education maintenance allowance, and it is reported because it is not a budget per se. It is a grant, so it's not either overspent nor underspent. It is what it is, depending on the criteria of those applying for that education maintenance allowance and their family income. Thank you, Julie.
You happy with that, Julie?
Yes, thank you.
And Councillor Young.
Good morning, Chair. I note on page 18, paragraph 4.7, it refers to additional property costs for Carling Walk Outdoor Centre. Now, this report is for the second quarter. Carling Walk Outdoor Centre was subject to a community asset transfer about 2 years ago. Could I have details of what these additional costs were? Thank you, Chair.
We are just looking between me. Obviously, we have education resources, thriving communities and property colleagues here in the room. So if you just bear us a little patience here, Harry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, it would be routine repairs and maintenance to keep it wind and watertight in anticipation of it being taken over. I can give a detailed breakdown if you'd find that useful out with the meeting. But obviously every property has got a range of fixed costs, be it servicing, fire extinguisher checking, that type of activity. But I can provide more detail out with the meeting chair if that's okay.
You happy with that, Councillor Young?
Yes, if I indulge myself with a quick follow-up. As an asset transfer, are Dumfries and Galloway Council still responsible for maintaining the wind and water tightness of that building throughout its lease?
Through you, Chair. It very much depends on the nature of an individual lease, but generally once the asset is transferred, that ceases the council's responsibilities for it. And I suspect what's happened is that up until the point it's transferred, obviously we've had to carry out some facility responsibilities in the meantime.
Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, that's much appreciated.
Welcome. Councillor Scobie, do you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, and it's really just to add to what Paula Stevenson says. I'm looking at page 18, and it's the part supporting learners, and it does say that it's going to return a 15,000 underspend, but alongside that, it talks about additional expenditure on the additional support for learners to the sum of £407,000. I reflect back to when we set the budget last year, and I did ask the administration if that would include an additional support for an ASN, and was told that they would look at that, increasing the ASN budget from the subsequent consequentials. And now I'm reading in this report that the increase was drawn from the vacancies that weren't filled on a non-recurring basis. It's just really to ask that we, in this paragraph, are we identifying the added expenditure that's needed for people learners, those that need that additional support, notwithstanding that it just referred to non-recurring here, that we aren't just using what was vacancies that weren't filled and then do environment to additional support needs. Are we recognising the need for an increased amount for additional support needs?
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I suppose the answer is that that's a member decision in terms of the additional funding. We're working within the budget that we're set as required as officers of the council. As Gillian Ross has explained, that challenges around recruitment continue, and given the uncertainty, I suppose, across the service at the moment in terms of the future, it is proving very difficult to recruit, and we've had a number of roles out for recruitment three times, which we've not been able to get people to fulfil. So we're working within the means that we have as best as we can, and with the additionality that members had given us previously. And obviously that's coming to an end soon. So we see that, you know, there are some short-term opportunities in terms of to be able to utilise some of that vacancy benefit in terms of being able to keep the service going, in terms of the extending that additionality in terms of learning assistance, which I know members have been very keen on being able to see. So we can see that kind of hopefully extending into next year as well, which gives us a little bit more of a soft landing for schools in terms of the potential reductions when we lose that additionality.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Scobie?
It doesn't really answer the question, because what I was asking was that we used the savings that were made from not being able to fill vacancies. And again, it's on knowing that we're going to have enough money to provide for additional support needs. And I accept the point that Hugh's saying, that he's got to work within what is made available to him. But I'm just wondering, maybe Gillian could answer this one through you, Chair, in terms of, have we put enough provision in the ASN budget to make sure that we do have sufficient funding to provide for all those kids that need that additional support.
Thank you. Gillian, do you want to come in?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Scobie. So just to remind members with regards to what was reflected within the agreed budget, there was additional provision provided, £700,000 per annum, but that was over a 3-year period in terms of there's additional resources available next year as well to help support that. And the 700,000 was the amount that was identified that would be required to help support deliver the needs that had been identified for the children across those streams. So there is that money there, and I think the point is that it was non-recurrent, but it is up to a point in time in which those resources were envisaged to be needed, and we can also review that as part of the budget process. So just to confirm, there is additional resources there. As we can see within the monitoring report, we are utilising those resources, but there has been some challenges associated with the recruitment side, which is just causing a little bit of delay in terms of the utilisation of those. And those resources won't be withdrawn. They'll be able to be carried forward into next financial year to help support the continuation of that. And we can always come back and look at the overall needs of the service each year as part of the budget process. But given that we've got things set aside within the agreed budget at the moment, the information I've had back from the services that is meeting the current demand levels, but of course we can review that as things change in this area.
Thanks, Gillian. Councillor Scobie, you okay with that?
I think it'll rely on what's set at the budget in the coming months.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Chair.
you. Thank you. I've got Councillor Jimison.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 19, 4.9, and it relates back to the additional funding via the Barnett consequentials. It kind of ties in with previous comments, and unlike some folk, I'm not going to get political about this. This is too important. It's not just about teacher numbers, it's about how they're utilised, where they're utilised, and wider resources, which includes ASN, etc. The Barnett consequentials were there to remain teaching numbers in light of attainment challenges, and how we spent that 500,000 appears to be in secondary learning centres and pupil-teacher ratio. Given the huge, I use the word advisedly, variance between the outcomes in our schools, and there's a huge variety of reasons for that, but we actually put forward that pupil-teacher ratio has a significant difference, especially in schools in more socially deprived areas, and it looks like that's where some of that money's been spent. In speaking to head teachers in my area and out with my area, the provision of resources seems to keep coming back again. In terms of inclusion, secondary learning centre provision, one head teacher said to me that we can handle inclusion, but we need the resources, and at the moment we don't have the resources. So I know that is historical, but going forward, if we're going to reduce the attainment gap between schools and within schools and support teachers with resources, and Julie can add to this, in terms of learning assistants. And the other question is, in terms of recruitment of learning assistants, one of the challenges we will have from speaking to teachers and learning assistants is that because the large portion of the money goes to stage 4 children, there's a lot of vulnerable people that we don't have resources for, and learning assistants feel they're more productive if they're working on intervention rather than, and I'll use this word crudely, child minding. So the questions are, how do we sustain what we've used that 500k for, and how do we look at the more complex need for resources and recruitment?
You want to come back in, Gillian?
I'm not sure there's much that I could probably add to that in relation to the financial side. It is more around about the service provision. So unless colleagues from the service are able to support that answer.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I just want to refer to Councillor Jameson's point about learning assistants and where they can best be utilised, and you know, that we are targeting our resources where the need is greatest, and I think that's in line with the Council's expectations and Council plans. And learning assistants are there to support learning, not to childmind, but we have some quite complicated children's needs that we are seeing, and not just in Dumfries and Galloway, across Scotland, across the UK, which is requiring more and more complex support to be available to them. I suppose that can appear to be that that's childminding, but it is not. This is about supporting all of our children who have an entitlement to be in school, to be accessing learning, to access learning. And it is we would love to be able to spread that resource as far and wide as possible, but the reality is, and the expectation within teacher terms and conditions is that the inclusion approach is that all staff should be supporting all of our children, and where we need that specialist additionality, which is our learning assistants, which is increasingly, as we say, at stage 4, that's not going to change. I don't see that we're going to see a reduction in the complexity of need that we had hoped for coming in the next couple of years. I think general projections are we're seeing it probably for another 3 or 4 years to work through the implications of the pandemic, post-pandemic, and the pressures on families. It's the reality, and it's not, Councillor Jameson, it's not just in Dumfries and Galloway. I know I say this a lot, but it's actually, this is the situation across the piece, and our learning assistants we are paying them and asking them to work with our most vulnerable children, because those children have the entitlement to be in education as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson?
Yeah, I would like to respond, and with all due respect, the learning assistants, if you ask the people on the ground, head teachers, learning assistants, there's very limited scope for a learning assistant to make any difference with a stage 4 child. I'm making a statement, it can be challenged. You can look exasperated if he likes, but on the ground, and you can speak to teachers, the children that can be helped most effectively are stage 3. Stage 4 needs, in my opinion, and feedback from professionals, is that a lot of stage 4 children are beyond the scope of a learning assistant. And you'll hear, not anecdotes, but actual facts, that a learning assistant will just be sitting outside a door making sure that child might go into a class now and then. And the people that are missing out are the stage 3 children and the teachers who have the responsibility of teaching the staff. I do think it's, and I'll refer to Julie on this, do you not feel that we're not respecting the views of teachers, because either they're saying different things to me than they are to you, but they feel that the resources they have, that they can't do much more. And they say, we are trained to look after diverse classes, but there is a limit to what they can do. So I think it's a wee bit disrespectful to expect teachers to do something that they believe is beyond their ability with the resources they've got. The feedback I get from several teachers, head teachers that I've spoken to recently, is that yes, we can manage inclusion, but we need the human resources to help us deliver for the children. Stage 4 obviously are the most vulnerable, but it's how we can best support them and all other children. So I respectfully have to put forward that case to you, but if it's a matter of financial resources, that's up to the councillors to develop that argument.
You want to come in, Gillian?
Yes, I'm just conscious that as this is a budget monitoring report, and we did have extensive discussion at the last committee's budget monitoring report on this same item. I am conscious that this is a repeated conversation, and the members obviously have got the best interests of our most vulnerable pupils at heart, as do we. But members have agreed the distribution process for learning assistants in previous committees, and we have evaluated that and adapted it. And I know that the officers and the Directorate work extremely hard to look at the distribution of that resource in a fair and targeted manner. So there are views around the function of learning assistants and the best method of distributing that. I know it is difficult at school level, as I'm sure Julie is looking to come in, but I am conscious this is the budget monitoring report, and there are the performance reports coming later in this committee. Thank you.
Did you have your hand up there? Did you want to come in, John? You raised your hand.
I think we'll just leave it with the Director, thank you.
That's fine. Julie Irving?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the back of what's been said there, when you're thinking about budget monitoring, We're now up to 40% of children across Scotland with significant additional needs. A recent Freedom of Information request that was done by, I think it was the Herald, shows that there are over 63,000 children in Scotland with social, emotional and behavioural difficulty, 31,500 with moderate learning difficulties, almost 40,000 with dyslexia, 30,000 autistic spectrum disorder, English as additional language, 52,000, and it goes on and on and on. We're really clear in our schools. We know we've got all these children. What's pleasing me about this particular report is that we're maintaining teacher numbers, because if we're maintaining teacher numbers, we can reduce class sizes. If class sizes are smaller, instead of having a class of 33 children with potentially 40% of those children with significant additional needs. Now that's not low-level additional needs, that's significant. Instead of having a class of 33, you might be sitting with a class of 25 or 20, and that can make a huge impact on what you as a classroom teacher can do. So level 1, level 2 teachers are more than capable of meeting those needs. Level 3 are a bit trickier, especially if they're in a class with level 4 needs, and this is something I've said before. So it's about making sure that our level 3 and 4 children are supported appropriately. If they are supported appropriately, teachers can do the job and teach and meet the needs of level 1s and 2s. We can meet some of the level 3 needs on our own, but sometimes we need that extra pair of hands just to support. So from my point of view, having teacher numbers maintained will reduce class sizes, provided we're using those teachers in classes to support. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Julie. Councillor Ferguson, do you want to come in?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. You're doing a grand job, by the way. Just a couple of things. I was always going to ask a question about something else. If you just bear with me. I'm just pleased to hear what Julie said there, because my view is that if it doesn't matter if they're level 1, level 4, and I never yet found out what happened to 4 pluses, but kids, they all deserve the attention and support that they need, right? In fact, we're obliged by law to give that. Yes. So I don't want to get tied up in the level 3 and 4 debate. I want to get tied up in the level 1 to 4 debate, right? Because they've all got rights, right? And I also understand the mainstreaming and the thoughts behind it. And I certainly don't want to go back 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years to keep some people separate, even in fact in an establishment not 100 miles from here, for the rest of their life, because they were born with certain disabilities. I don't want to go back to that at all. So we need to be really careful. So we get to my substantive question, though, really, is what I'm saying here, or what I'm going to say, is that it looks all the way through here. This is a question for Gillian, probably. Gillian Ross. A lot of these departments are coming within budget or pretty damn close to it, because we're using vacancies. This morning before we came in here, I looked at the council's website showing all the vacancies, and the vacancies for the sectors that we're discussing here, you know, we're talking about 4 or 5 in single primary schools, for example, single nurseries, for example, all over the place. So are we, right, how can I put this? Are we managing to come into budget because we're no advertising the right amount of vacancies that we need to fulfil the roles that we're duty-bound to fulfil? Now, that's no Gillian Bryson's fault or anybody in that department's fault. We are where we are with that. So, and I appreciate it's a budget setting thing, and we're going to have to look at it. But the question to the finance, Gillian, is this sustainable? I'm fairly certain what the answer is, but we need it on record.
Do you want to come in, Gillian?
Thank you. just to confirm that I'm not aware of there being any holding of any vacancies, that all vacancies are being advertised on a routine basis, as I'd indicated earlier. So while they might not be all active on the website at one point, there is then a procedural place that takes place after that in terms of assessing the candidates and obviously going through to interview process, where it's then taken forward in terms of whether those candidates are successful or not. And as Hugh indicated earlier, you know, as part of that challenge is that once the posts are completed advertising, that sometimes the candidates are not suitable for the posts and then we're needing to re-advertise. So you will not see every single vacancy that is across the board available within a service highlighted at one point in time. There is that rolling process. But as we've indicated before, quite a lot of the underspends that we're seeing just now is due to that timing gap. So the timing from an individual handing in their notice to then the time it takes to get them out to advert, to then interviewing them and then getting them in post, that can sometimes be in excess of 3 or 4 months, whereby, you know, if you have multiple posts, that soon adds up in terms of the overall budget monitoring position. But as you're aware, you know, what we've got across the board is a very small underspend as a totality for education and learning and community wellbeing. It's £127,000, which when you look across the board at the size of the budget, it's very low. So the overall resources are being managed effectively across the service, and they are utilising the resources that they have to best meet the demands of the service as they go forward, is my opinion at the moment.
You want to come back in, Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, please, if I can, Chair. I think that's exactly what I was getting at there, because are we managing to either just come within budget or just over budget because we're managing the vacancies? You might say, well, right, depending on where you are with it. So given what Finance Gillian has just said, should we not actually in these reports actually be given, if there are considerable vacancies, like we should know as councillors where those vacancies are and how long they've been vacant, because that's the kind of information you need before you can actually make a post redundant, for example, if you're looking at employment law, how you go about it. So maybe what we're needing here in this report in the future is, in actual fact, the extent of the vacancies and how that's being managed. It might, I'll leave that in Gillian Bryson's hands, but it might be either a separate report to do on absence management, for example, or however she would see best to take it forward. But I think as elected members who are ultimately going to have to make budget decisions and things like this, and then monitor what's put in place, we really need to get the full information, and that gives us a better understanding, and it also shows us where the problems are. Because, you know, is it in Wickenshire, for example? Is it in Arnell Nestdale? Is Dumfries okay? Is Nestdale okay? We don't know, right? It's as simple as that. And I think we need that kind of information.
Want to come in, Gillian?
Thank you. And as Finance Gillian also said, it is a request across the council I'm hearing at other committees, so perhaps if I may take it to my colleagues in customer and enabling and look at how best we can report that. Clearly within the business planning process, the vacancies are reported in the business plans, but that is a snapshot of one point in time, and I think it would be useful to look at what are active vacancies, what are posts which are not currently being recruited to, and where the areas of impact, because I think what members are raising and have raised at the previous couple of committees are where are the gaps, and I'll look with Gillian Ross and our colleagues in HR to how best we can furnish you with that information. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've not got any more speakers, so we'll move on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson first.
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. The amount of times I've heard from the SNP councillors recently that this is not political, there'll be a significant amount of individuals standing for independence next time round. Unfortunately, it is political. And the recent budget for the Scottish Government, they announced 29 million for ESL support. That's less than £1 million per council. So in actual fact, I think maybe they need to make it a wee bit more political and take it back to their government. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wilson, did you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Most of the questions I had have already been asked, but I've just got a comment. It is a political choice to cut teacher numbers. So, and just with regards to the agreed savings, I just want to thank the Director and Gillian Ross following the decision at full council, and I'm really pleased to see that these resources are being used to support the most vulnerable pupils, and I hope it has been well received into the 5 schools. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Wilson. So if we can move on to recommendations, members are asked to note that that it is estimated education, skills and community wellbeing will return an underspend of £127,000 at the end of the financial year as reflected in Appendix 1. And 2, progress against the delivery of agreed savings applied to the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Budget 24-25 as reflected in Appendix 2. If we can move on to agenda item...
Chair, sorry. The Director has agreed to take something forward that needs to be minuted somewhere.
Yes.
Not that I don't trust Gillian, but it needs to be...
Yeah. So,
Shall we put that as one of the action minutes, Tracy? Thank you.
okay. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. So moving on to item number 5. Properties, Buildings, Schools Asset Class Capital Programme Monitoring Quarter 2, 24-25 report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've got Mo Agun here today to assist members if they have any questions. Is there anything you want to add to the report, Mo?
No, nothing, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll open up the meeting to members' debate. Has anybody got any questions? Julie Irvine.
Thank you, Chair. It was really a question about the impact assessment that's been done on this one, because when you look at, it's page 31, the implications and risk, it says in the workforce there's no implications or impact upon employees. I have to disagree with that. As a teacher in one of these schools that's getting rack work done, there's significant impact on me as an employee. We are having to decant classrooms, we're having to pack things up, reorganise the school, all while children are in school, all while we are supposed to be doing staff development and training, and physically it isn't possible. So you're relying on a lot of goodwill from staff in schools for building work when it's going on, because it is disruptive. It's disruptive to learning, it's disruptive to teaching, it's disruptive to the running of the school. So there will be things that we can't do while the building work is going on. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to actually say there's no impact on workforce, and it certainly impacts on people's emotional well-being and physical well-being when you're having to pack up classes, move things around. So I just wonder how that came about as having no impact on staff. Thank you.
Do you want to come in, Gillian?
Yes, I think I see Lauren has come. This is actually Mo's report in terms of the property asset class capital, and I think in terms of the workforce it is slightly unfair to expect Mo to have included that within the impact assessment of this. And certainly if staff have got any concerns regarding their working environment as building work is ongoing, then there are clear routes for that. Lauren, is there anything you've come to the table? Is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Gillian, and through yourself, Chair. I think, Julie, I recognise exactly what you're describing there. The impact assessment is a standard process used across all committee reports, which actually doesn't drill down into the elements that you've described. I think what we do recognise is exactly all of those things, and we have mitigations in place, and we do work directly with the schools at a local level to try and support schools. Now, what you see within the classroom may not be exactly what supports you in the best way, but so Gatehouse, for example, the packing up, relocation of resources, there's additional funding put into schools' DSMs to allow staff to be bought out of class if they're available. Obviously that's a challenge to be able to get supply staff to come in to do that. We look at using the contractor wherever possible to move those resources around. But ultimately, unfortunately, if we're, to coin use the expression, if you're making an omelette, we have to break some eggs. We have to have that level of disruption in a school to bring that improvement. But it doesn't, please we acknowledge that there is disruption, there is an impact on staff. We accept that and we acknowledge that, and we do, wherever we possibly can, put mitigations in place to try and resolve those local issues. It's not within the report, it's not recognised within the report, because the impact assessment is a specific thing, looks at employment rights and protected characteristics and things like that, so that's why it's not included within there.
You want to come back in,
yes,
Julie?
Yes, please. I thought the whole point of an impact assessment, though, was to actually assess the impact of something that's going on. So to say that these are carried out, they're just part of what we do, and there's, I mean, you do recognise there is an impact, but I don't think the additional budget put in DSM is substantial enough to help when there are so many resources within a school. So, for example, you mentioned Gatehouse. So to allocate the money that's been allocated to Gatehouse is enough to buy one member of staff out for a day and a half. There are 2 classrooms being packed up plus a library, and we're having to move other classrooms round. We're still waiting on the storage container. There are issues obviously there, and it is causing a lot of stress, and I think councillors don't know that because it isn't in the report anywhere. And we won't be the only school who're impacted by building work. I remember the move when I worked at Lincluden, for example, but we were given time. We were given days with no pupils in school to actually get some things done. So
Julie, can I ask?
Changed.
I would ask, I know that members, I think we would ask members in reports of this nature not to be parochial, and I know we've had discussions in the past with members not to discuss their own ward issues, so I do respectfully ask that if there are issues regarding the school that you are working in, that perhaps we could discuss those directly with the officers. And I think the impact assessment process has been agreed with members. We know what we are. I absolutely take your point that what we're looking at is impact on workforce, but an impact assessment is a very specific piece of work that Mo will have gone through with regard to this monitoring report that members have in front of them today. Thank you.
Thanks, Gillian. I've now got Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. And if you forgive me, Gillian, I'm going to be parochial and talk about award issues. Page 27, I obviously welcome the new windows that will save the school considerable amounts of money, replacing single glazing with double glazing. First of all, can I ask, will the platform lift help the disability access to this high school? And finally, can we put it on public record the situation regarding the dining room roof that was blown off at the weekend, and apparently there's no water ingress, but there was a lot of anxious parents and actual emails. Could we just have a report on the works required there? Thank you.
More, Lauren?
Thank you, Chair. If I just pick from the last point about the roof and what you mentioned there, it was an incident obviously due to the storm the past few days. The roof being checked and it's been made safe. There is no leaks we are aware of. The team now, we will work into a design proposal and put a mitigation in place to make any repairs necessary. What happens in that is a roof was on top of a roof, so the previous insulation was kept with a new insulation on top, so the old ones will act as a membrane before the poly roof was laid down, so that's why there is no huge impact on the operation of the school, and it's been made safe. But we are undergoing a way exercise now with the measure term contractor to find a solution, and we will inform members in the schools once that's in place and any costs associated with the issue. Do you want to speak about that?
Thank you, Mo. And in relation to the platform left, absolutely that does improve the accessibility for the school. I'm sure you know the school well enough to know where that's been sited, and the the installation of the lift, the only way for wheelchair users to gain access to the assembly hall was actually out round the side of the building and the side door. So it addresses that issue and also makes it just a much easier space to use from an assembly and a show perspective, and for any pupils or staff users within the building should they require that access.
Thanks, Lauren. Councillor Young.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate that. I suppose I'd wish to point out that the availability now that we have wheelchair access will only affect perhaps parents attending prize givings and so on, because the other floors in the school are completely out of reach of wheelchair pupils, and I think we should recognise that the school does not have good access. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And absolutely, and we've highlighted that through the school's modelling work as well around that accessibility across all of our schools. Secondary schools have lots of curricular subject areas that need to be delivered for a breadth and choice for all of our pupils. It is really challenging in a secondary school that doesn't have access to all of those areas. What we do when that arises is obviously consider case by case whether that's the correct school for that particular child, and also look if there's opportunity to move subject areas around. Difficult, challenging if it's practical subjects, easier if it's general purpose rooms that we can use, but there's no getting away from the fact that Castle Douglas High School does not have a lift to the all areas of the facility.
Thanks, Lauren. I've now got Councillor Walters.
Morning, Chair. Thanks very much. I just wanted to ask a question on page 31 about one of the priority projects for DLT2. So page 31, 4.21, the Dumfries Academy, Lawburn Primary School. I just wanted to know where we were in terms of a timescale for that, in terms of the options being developed, and when we might see a stage 1 report. Thanks.
Mo, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so if you remember, members, we brought a report to this committee earlier in the year in terms of Dumfries Academy and Lawburn Primary School. At that committee, we presented a high-level feasibility, what we could do with the school, and since then, we engaged with the design team, our partner Hub Southwest, and their main contractor, and a lot of work we've been undertaking to assess that feasibility and look at options, because the team had to go into more details where we can fit people, classrooms, toilets and stuff. So there is a lot of work undergone there. We recently had a design sprint with our education colleagues, the head teachers, the design team, which was very beneficial. I think now we are at a stage where we are getting very close what the output of the scope will be. I believe the project management team and Lauren met with parent council as well. So the aspiration is, as the project is scheduled for a Gateway 2 review around April time, so we will be looking hopefully to issue early in the new year an MPR, which is a new project request. And for a stage 1, hopefully it will be with us around March, April, to enable the project to go to that Gateway 2. Following the approval of the Gateway 2, probably we will bring an update to this committee just to let members where we are and what the next step will be. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mo. You happy with that answer, Councillor Walters?
Yeah, yes, thanks very much.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the subject track on page 29, I don't want to make this parochial, but Laurie, now will that actually finish on the 20th of December? And also, can we get a costings for the amount of its cost for this rack? Because I can see 1.5 million for Laurie now, 1 million for Gatehouse, 500,000 on inspections, but I can't see any for the other two. So can we get a full costing for that in the future, please? Thank you.
Is that possible, Mo? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, in terms of Laurie now, I think the team done really well. They are the plan, if all going well, touch wood, then there is no weather issues. The works for this phase will be finished before Christmas, and hopefully the kids will come back from the Porto Cabins. In terms of the cost, happy to provide the full breakdown cost for each project. I think the one you haven't seen, maybe they haven't went out to tender or came back from tender, but happy to provide members with the full breakdown with all the sites. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Mo.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say thank
yes.
you to Mo and his team, because it was obviously a big concern having the youngsters out in the Porta Cabin, so thank you, Mo.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. So, Councillor Ferguson, you were wanting to come in?
Yes, thanks. I'm not being parochial here because I think it's part of a bigger playing field. If you'll excuse the pun, I'll just become clear. 421 on 31 was touched on earlier by Councillor Walters. The question on that one there, as we take this project forward, what's the intention for the playing fields and the bridge that are on the other side of the river?
Lauren.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of contained within the project and project scope, that's absolutely focused on the buildings. It's not looking to address anything on the other side of the river, which is the associated sports facilities with the Academy, and obviously that will be available for Lobby to use as well. However, there are other projects that are tied in overall, so we're working with SEPA, who are looking to bring in a flood protection type solution, which also enhances the space across the river to, I guess, deflect the water and make the space more usable. So there's a little bit of master planning around how those elements tie together. So ultimately what I'll do is bring enhanced facilities for the Academy to use, which will protect the playing fields more than they are just now.
Yeah, it's quite nice to see a public meeting that Paul and I organised is actually having some effect. So, so thanks for that, but that didn't cover the bridge. Are we still going to use that old rickety bridge to get the kids across?
We will fix the rickety bridge and still use the rickety bridge.
Forever known as a rickety bridge, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ferguson. So I've not got any more speakers registered, so I'll move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to note the financial and physical progress of projects within the Property and Buildings Schools Asset Class Programme, which is currently forecast to spend the full allocation of £8.115 million, as reflected in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 to this report. 2. Note the financial and physical progress of the Dumfries Learning Town projects is set out in paragraphs 4.20 and 4.21. Number 3. Agree additional new projects at various secondary schools, sprinklers to kitchen canopies, and Park Primary School structural repairs to concrete canopies, which are to be covered from the Health and Safety and Unallocated Condition Survey budgets, paragraph 4.10. And agree the project of vacancies across the asset class programme as identified in Appendix 1. So moving on to item number 6, low-level mental health support in schools. Dumfries and Galloway, Year 4 evaluation, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've got Mark Malloy and Linda Bigger here to assist if members have any questions. So I will now open up the meeting to members' debates. Councillor Jameson.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all those that were involved with this initiative. It's really pertinent and relevant given the extent of anxiety, mental health problems having our children just now, often unseen, and this is an initiative that maybe uncovers and offers an opportunity for some children to be engaged with peers of a similar age. So it's an excellent initiative. I'd also like to thank the Scottish Government for the initiative. I think, it identifies that nationally and locally we have to get we have to really react to the challenges of mental health in schools at all levels. The question that I would like to ask, and it's probably a cup half empty rather than a cup half full here, can we have a bit more context? I know there's 461 young people were helped in the context of the school population and the estimated number of children that have got mental health issues, be it low level or high level. Also, where does this fit with the wider mental health framework scaffolding, if you like, in terms of CAMS, people support, things like that? Where does that fit in, and how cohesive is it? The other thing, the response I've got no problem with to the Scottish Government, but I remember this is a wee bit old-fashioned, that we used to do a SWOT analysis on things, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. It would be quite good, in my view, to look at that, because we tend quite rightly to look at what's working, but what can we do better, and where are the weaknesses, where are the threats? The threats going forward is, are we reducing low-level mental health to try and prevent it becoming high-level mental health? Where does that transition come? The youth counsellors, like all jobs, when do they know when to pass it on? And if they are passing it on, is there somewhere to pass these children on to in terms of CAM, social services? Because one of my pet issues is the pressure on people support teachers. They've got a huge workload, and often because of the lack of immediate CAM support or social services, a lot ends up with the school counselling by guidance teachers, etc., etc. So where does it fit? What is the context? How big an impact is it really having? And how can we build on it via a SWOT analysis?
Linda, want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Jimison. A lot in that question. I will try to answer the separate parts. Where does it fit in? We do have a mental health pathway in Dumfries and Galloway. It's recently been published on the recently launched Children's Services website, and that shows the mapping right from the universal level right up to crisis intervention. It took some time for agencies to pull together that pathway, because we needed to make sure that our offer covered the needs of young people at all levels. So it does go from what's happening at universal level, and that includes things like framework for inclusion and culture and ethos, relationships and so on in schools, up to through pupil support, up to the levels 1 and 2. So that includes things like educational psychology, virtual consultation. We did nearly 500 of those last year. Through into at stages 2 and 3 is where the youth information worker offer sits. Also at that level, though, we have the school nurse offer. Every school has an allocated educational psychologist and school nurse, and all secondary schools have an allocated youth information worker, and all primary schools have access as well to the service. CAMS, clinical psychology, tend to come in at stage 3 and through to stage 4 at the crisis intervention. Through the Mental Health in Schools group, we monitor whether the pathway's working, whether we're getting the right movement between the services. We chart how many onward referrals there are. We also accept referrals back down through the tiers, so we have CAMS making some referrals to the Youth Information Worker Service, sometimes after a block of work, or sometimes because it's more appropriate for that level. In terms of what could we do better, we do have our implementation board, which is educational psychology and youth work, and bi-monthly we're looking at the data all of the time about, are we reaching different groups? Are we, so for example, 4 years ago, we were looking at the data saying young males aren't accepting this as an offer of support. And so we changed the offer to increase the numbers, alongside other things that young males seem to like better, like the youth work, group work, for example. We looked at additional support needs, and we felt that young people with additional support needs weren't either referring themselves to the service or weren't being noticed, or their needs being considered to be of a mental health nature. And again, we've improved the number of young people with additional support needs. One of the things we're currently looking at is, we know, as you quite rightly say, that a lot of the referrals, the reason given at the time of referral is anxiety. So this year we've looked at that and said, well, what does that tell us? Anxiety about what? So for the first year, this is the first year that we've separated that into different categories. So one of the things that is particularly interesting me at present is where it says anxiety about school. So we're working alongside the schools and the youth information workers and young people to unpick that further. Some of the feedback we have currently is it's about schools being a busy social environment, about young people feeling isolated from groups of young people, and that can feel quite intimidating. So we're constantly, that's the benefit of our project, by not involving a private organisation. We are using the data all of the time to change all of our offer, whether that's from Framework for Inclusion, the youth work offer, the educational psychology offer. We're able to tailor it much better.
Thanks, that's a really fulsome explanation, and it's really encouraging, so well done. Resources is always an issue that we worry about, obviously, and that costs money, and obviously we have to attract the right people. But is that a threat or a weakness in the fact that CAMs are stretched, social services are stretched, guidance teachers are stretched? And if that, this is clearly an opportunity to try and take some of that workload off them, and your pathway thing's excellent because it's pulling everybody together. But how significant is the risk of not having the resources to support young people at whatever level that they need the help in?
Chair, if it's
Mark?
Chair, yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in terms of the resources that we've got, the project is what I would describe as reasonably well resourced in terms of the fact that we've been able to provide an offer across all secondary schools, and I think we've got the evidence, and it relates to your first lot of questions as well, around the research that we presented to this committee around 12 months ago that was done by St Andrews University into the impact of this project, and members may recall within that research as well, it started to tell us a story around how this is reducing pressure and demand on other services, such as social work or CAMs, etc. But I think that we need to look at that over a very long term, because it's only starting to tell us that story after the third year. So I think that something that we are committed to as the implementation group for the project is that we would look to recommission that research again, should funding allow, in a further maybe 3 years' time, which would actually allow us to properly analyse it over a significant period of time.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Okay, Councillor Jamieson. So I've now got Councillor Dashper.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 72, primary school stats. Basically, it tells us which schools have made use of this service. I reread the report from last year, and it's good to see that there's a big increase from 11 to 17 schools. But of those 11 who came to us last year, only 2 schools have come again this year and are listed, being Calside and Gretna Primary. So why are the majority of schools not coming back and making use of the service again? And what are we doing to expand the offer and make more schools participate? Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Chair. I think it comes back to the mental health pathway and the other things that are on offer at different levels. So it may be that a school has, there may be a group of young people have a particular need in terms of primary, and that creates an opportunity to bring those young people together for group work. But alongside this, we still have educational psychology in all primary schools. We do have a school nurse. We also have schools who are using PEF to buy in various opportunities that also support young people's wellbeing, particularly in primary schools. So I'm not surprised that there's not consistent use by schools, because it's part of that wider picture for which other services are they using too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks. I've now got Councillor Scobie. You want to come in?
Thanks, Chair, and again, thanks for the really comprehensive evaluation report that really shows the number of kids across the board, maybe not in all the schools, but in the schools where we have this particular service. And it has been a positive initiative, as Councillor Jimison refers to. But my question is pretty simple. Maybe Mark or others could give their advice. Has this project become an essential service for the kids who really do suffer from mental health problems? And what would be the effect if we reduced the funding or withdrew the service?
Mark, do you want to come in?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Scobie, for the question. I think it is an essential service in terms of providing young people with low-level mental health support, because it filled a gap that we were aware of previously, going back to 6 or 7 years ago when we set up a pilot project when Gillian helpfully supported that in her previous role. So we knew that we were filling a gap at that point in time, and we're now delivering it. In terms of the funding of it, the Scottish Government have committed for the duration of this Parliament term that the funding would remain, but it's obviously after that time that there will be a decision in terms of the Scottish Government in terms of how they wish to see that funding and project continuing, because they have got this offer across all 32 local authorities, but it is only committed until the end of the current Parliament.
Thank you, Mark. Does that answer your question, Councillor Scobie?
Another question, at least we've got to 2026, but then it's how we look at that and what lobbying we do in terms of keeping this going as an essential service that Mark has confirmed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I've now got Councillor Dick Campbell. Do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I think it's probably a question for Mark, and it relates to mental health support out with school campus. There's a particular project I'm aware of, and I'm not going to discuss the details here, but I'm just interested to know if there is potential scope, or would the council be open to working with community-led mental health support out with school premises? And I'm thinking along the lines of pupils who may not be comfortable within the school environment to talk or engage, and I'd just be interested to know. And as a proposal, is this something that the council would be keen to look at in more details?
Do you want to come in, Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Campbell, for the question. In terms of the community-based approach, I think it is something that it really adds value to this project, because the young people accessing it, as you say, may not wish to access services during school time. Members may recall that as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, our council did invest for a 3-year community-based version of this project, but it did come to an end as the numbers of young people accessing it did start to reduce and drop off, as we would have expected or hoped for following the COVID pandemic. So we did have that in place for 3-year period, but we then looked to integrate that and mainstream that into our youth work offer, which is available across the region for young people. So young people can still get one-to-one support if it's required in the community in evenings. And we also have an online mechanism through the Youth Inquiry Service, where young people are able to get help and support from professionals as well, from a range of organisations, not just our council, to complement this. So we absolutely are open to to all discussions with third sector partners and with community groups to ensure that we we're supporting those organisations to have a community offer, but we need to make sure it's done through the mental health pathway approach, because it could pose some risk if we've got some organisations who are not engaging with other organisations such as CAMS or educational psychology or youth work and delivering things which are not necessarily evidence-based or have the staff with the right accreditation or qualifications to do it. But I think members will also be aware about the significant investment through the community-based mental health, which is led by social work, which is essentially commissioning a range of third sector organisations to support and enhance this work as well. And that is also committed funding-wise until the end of this Parliament.
Thank you, Mark. You happy with that answer, Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I've now got Councillor Stevenson. Do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to say, again, another great report, and I really welcome this in schools. I've suffered from anxiety my whole life, and when I look back, I think I wish that had actually been spotted in school, because one, I would have learned coping mechanisms much earlier on, and two, it can be complete hell to live with, quite frankly. So I really support this. What I do note in the paper is the amount of pupils that come forward for coping strategies, and I wonder if maybe that's something that we should just roll out in general. I do know that the most frustrating thing when you're trying to look after your mental health is it's the boring stuff that helps the most, so getting plenty of sleep, eating properly, avoiding alcohol and all the other exciting stuff. But yeah, it's, and I do wonder how much this would actually save public health, and I do know that's part of their policy is to implement more preventative care, and this obviously would be part of that. I do wonder as well about parental support, and if we teach parents those coping mechanisms. I know from my own daughter it's easy for me to implement them because I know what to do for me, so do those parents know what to do to help support their children that are maybe struggling, maybe more in a generic sense, if the child doesn't want the parents to know that they've access to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Young. Yeah, sorry. I was way ahead of myself there.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And just to reassure you that in schools, as part of the Curriculum for Excellence, there is the health and wellbeing strand, and schools are seeking to teach young people about resilience, emotional literacy and coping strategies as part of the curriculum in a very everyday way, which provides a good foundation. The other part you mentioned about parents, and that's a good opportunity to highlight that across children's services there's been a new group created, which is Parenting Subgroup. It's been led by one of the other strands of the Children's Services Plan, but it's created an opportunity for anybody that's working within any of the strands to come together. And there's a meeting scheduled for mid-January to look at, well, what can that offer be? Because also through the feedback we've had through the Council in Schools project, schools tell us, parents tell us in parent consultation that sometimes you just need a little bit of a hand to help your young person. And if we can normalise that, that's our aim.
Happy with that? Councillor Young, do you want to come in?
I'll come in briefly, Chair. Thank you. Councillor Wilson's asked much of what I was going to say. First of all, can I thank you for an excellent report. It's really good to see a Scottish Government initiative providing such a wonderful paper. My question was, if during the support interview there's real areas of concern raised, and Linda, you gave a very good description of the support pathway and all the agencies involved. I would presume the interview is confidential between the support worker and the youngster, and I'm just wondering at what stage and who would actually contact a parent if there's a real area of concern.
You want to come in, Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Young. Yes, it's like all of our work with young people that is confidential unless there are issues of child protection safeguarding issues. In a school, if there was an issue raised, that it will be a link in the school, and the youth worker would speak with the name person in school or the link person for the project to decide who's best placed to take that forward. And it would be through the usual safeguarding procedures, whether that's linking in with parents or social work or with our education safeguarding manager. If there's issues, sometimes it can be issues that there's not a single clear disclosure or a clear concern at any point. That's why our youth information workers have two types of supervision. They have a supervision from their own team manager, so they can discuss these issues and take advice, and they also have clinical supervision to help them reframe and understand any of the information they may be hearing. So we have the protective factors in, if you like, to make sure that we're operating within a safeguarding framework, and that is a safeguarding framework that we use within the council with young people.
Okay. We've got Julie Irving. Do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick question about the equalities data on page 67. I'm noticing that 67.3% are female, 29.6% male, and 3.1% prefer not to say. Are you seeing an increase in low-level mental health issues in female participants, or is it that males are underreporting? That's a tricky one to tease out, thanks.
Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Julie. I think what we're seeing, and what we have seen right from the start of the project, is that males and females are experiencing or can experience mental health issues. What we've tended to find is that females have more readily come forward and perhaps have been considered by school staff within a mental health framework more quickly than sometimes our experience has been that some males find it difficult to present their emotional fragilities, and that may be disguised as behavioural issues or unwanted behaviours. And that's why we have to be very careful when we're talking about behaviour, because as we know, behaviour is communication. What's it telling us? What we've tried to do within the project is make sure there are other offers. We know nationally that young males are more likely to value more informal type groups, drop-ins and so on. So our youth information workers are also offering the drop-ins, being a body that's visible in school and accessible. And sometimes through that, young males need that step up and building that relationship, and they will then engage. But I don't think it's a case that in Dumfries and Galloway we're seeing more mental health issues with females. I think we're seeing them in that way. I think both male and female have the same mental health concerns.
Thank you, Linda. Councillor Jimison, you want to come back in?
Yeah, just quickly, just on the subject that Councillor Stevenson brought up, I do sympathise and empathise with that. Parents obviously are impacted by when their children have got anxiety problems, mental health issues, and my own two children have problems, and it is really, really difficult for a parent to know what to do. Eastridge School took the initiative of actually inviting parents in to discuss mental health and well-being. Not surprisingly, one parent turned up because it's a really difficult subject to talk about. So I'm wondering if the professionals could advise on how to engage with parents. I was able to go to people, including Jim Brown, who was head teacher at the time. I was able to do it because I was reasonably comfortable in that situation, but a lot of parents aren't. And it's often the parents that have difficulties of their own that are having to deal with children. So it's how we engage with parents, encourage them to take support and be offered support that they take up to help their children, and vice versa for that matter, because anybody that's had problems with their children at school knows how difficult it is for a parent and what to do and what not to do. So my question really is, how can the professionals engage with parents in a way that they're comfortable with to help children and parents and schools for that matter?
Linda, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. What we've tried to do is make our offer as wide as possible because we know that one size does not fit all. So one of the things we've done through the Mental Health in Schools group is we've made sure that all of our websites are aligned from with the information about mental health, from the CAMS website to the Youth Work website to the new Children's Services website. And it's making sure that parents can get, if they're at the stage of wanting factual information or signposting or resources, they can do that. They can also access Parent Club, which has some excellent resources around mental health. In terms of if they feel they need an early conversation, somebody just as a sounding board and so on, we offer the educational psychology parent consultation, and over 100 parents accessed that last year, with the majority wishing to talk about well-being of their young person. We're also trying to be creative. We've done some joint events that have been well attended with educational psychology and youth work, twilight sessions. What we have found, and both the educational psychologists and the youth worker are very skilled, we've found our youth work colleagues tend to have a higher profile within the community through a lot of community events and so on, and we've found that's made the sessions more accessible to some parents. And also, you've probably got a couple of different styles there that parents will respond to differently, so it's trying to come at it from different ways. Through the new parenting subgroup as well, there will be a continued look at how can we help parents. We're also looking at things like parents who may be involved in their own lifelong learning and so on. Is that a place that we can make sure that we're targeting, and whether it's leaflets or a presence or whatever? But yeah, there's it's not easy being a parent, full stop. It's definitely not easy when you're watching your child feel anxious. So we're keen to support parents as an equal partner.
Thanks, Linda. Councillor Ferguson, you want to come in?
Yes, thanks. Good morning, Linda. Just a couple of things here. I appreciate this is it's a historic document. I'm just picking up on page 69, 136 people on a one-to-one waiting list. And then at page 72, we don't have any numbers for primary school being on a waiting list. I'm wondering if there is any. And I think, whilst you have to commend the work that's getting done here, my worry would be if youngsters have plucked up the courage to come and seek help and support, then they're stuck in a waiting list. And how long's that waiting list? And is that blockage in the system, for lack of better words, at the NHS, right? Or is it within what we are able to provide? You know, if we can get an indication of where that, what's causing that waiting time. It might just be pure numbers, of course. Right? You know, you've only got so many people to do so many at any given time. So I'd just be interested in Linda's or Mark's view on that.
Chair,
Mark, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think the question around waiting lists is a challenge for the project, but I think we need to look at it in the sense of a positive, in that the project's now embedded into all secondary schools. So as more and more staff are aware of it and more young people are aware of it, then the numbers referring on to the project are increasing. The challenge for us is that we do, the resource we've got within the schools, it has remained static, which is good. But as the demand for the service increases, it is a challenge around the demand levels against the staffing resource resource that we've got. But in terms of the primary schools, that's there. The other part of that is that in primary schools it's not one-to-one session. It's around group work programmes that we're offering within primary schools. So that's why there's not any waiting list for primary schools, because it's getting delivered on a group basis within the classrooms.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, can I come back in? Yeah, I'm not sure if Linda wanted to comment, but I'll let you in a second. Right, so if you're in primary 7, you get a group. If you're in first year, you can get one-to-one.
Yeah, that's correct.
It doesn't make sense to me. Where's the transition?
Mark?
Yeah, I think in terms of what we're delivering within primary schools, that is what we're advised to do by the Scottish Government within the guidance for the school counselling project. The project predominantly aimed at secondary schools, and to support that transition, the idea of the group work programmes is that they're getting to know the staff, they're getting to see a face, so that when they go into secondary schools, that they are able to continue on that relationship with the staff, because there is in terms of primary schools there is limitations on providing one-to-one mental health support for the ages of those within primary schools. So that is why we are fully following the Scottish Government guidelines, and Linda may want to add to that. But I think it is looking at the group work programmes as the transition, as that's allowing them to get to know the staff and start to look at well-being, and maybe language isn't scary or off-put for children and young people, but is something that where they're familiar, with how they can look after their own well-being and how they can get support when they go into secondary school.
You want to add, Linda?
Yes, thank you. If I could just add first of all, that the 136 waiting list, as you rightly identified yourself, there's something about the timing of when we're taking the data. So that was at the end of June, and some of those young people, what we find schools tend to do is they put in their referrals for after the summer period. So those young people go straight onto a waiting list. So it is a little inflated. We have seen increased demand though, and partly that's because we no longer have the youth work community-based offer. So some of those young people are coming towards this instead. In terms of the primary 6, primary 7, in terms of low-level mental health counselling, the model is very much that group work supports young people at that level. But I just wanted to reassure you that when we look at the figures for one-to-one support of any kind within educational psychology, primary 6 and primary 7 are 2 of our peak years for involvement, along with S2 and S3. And we know that to educational psychology, 69% of the referrals that are coming into us are around well-being. So it's not that young people are being left high and dry. It might just be a different route, different format.
Want to come back in?
Sorry to keep hogging this, but it's really interesting. So what happens in terms of the youngsters at the end of the school term, when they go on school holidays? Is there a way that youth work picks up or keeps this going over the summer holidays? Because it's a long time for somebody who's anxious, all the different categories you've got here. What have we got in place for that summer time?
Want to come back in, Linda? Mark? Sorry.
Yeah.
Mark, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So in terms of our summer offer for children and young people, members will be aware of our report at the Tackling Poverty, Inequalities and Housing Subcommittee, which outlined the full offer through the Summer of Play initiative, which is delivered by third sector partners and our council to support young people's well-being during the summer period, and that allows us to provide an enhanced level of support for children and young people. But what we will also need to be aware of is that the community-based project's been mentioned in response to a couple of questions did end, and that offered one-to-one support for children and young people during all this holiday time, with summer, Easter, Christmas and October holidays. And when that project came to an end, we have seen that increased number of referrals to the school-based project, but we do appreciate that there is a potential gap there when that project did come to an end, and we have tried to, as much as possible, embed that into our core youth work offer. However, the staff who are providing the one-to-one support, as described in this, are specially trained youth workers around, who have completed their counselling diploma. So that we can't just pick up full one-to-one support in the same way during the summer holidays with youth workers that don't have that training.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Young, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you for letting me back in, Chair. I'm looking at page 67, the equalities data, which talks about gender, sexual orientation and ethnicity. And it's very pleasing that 72.6% of these secondary school students identify as Scottish. The equalities data I want to ask about is the ASN. It asks if you have additional support needs or a disability. I'm wondering, are these youngsters given a list of disabilities? For instance, would being a type 1 diabetic be seen as a disability? I'm just aware that some students that we may consider having a disability may not themselves feel they have a disability, and I find that this categorization of equality is a bit questionable personally. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Young. Yes, in the equality data within this project, it is whether the young people identify as having an additional support need. Alongside that, though, we are linking, as a project board, we are linking in with schools who have that data recorded on CMIS in terms of who has an identified additional support need. As I said earlier, we're encouraging schools to consider this group of young people for the project, because previously that was maybe not the first need that schools were seeing. But we also keep data across the other services like educational psychology and so on how many young people with an additional support need, as recorded on CMIS from the parental census data and school census data. We are keeping record of that. But this is in terms of how young people identify. We had something similar with young people who identified as a carer. We were getting far more young people than schools had on their records as formally recorded as being a young carer. But it at least allows us to open up the conversation with young people and make sure we're supporting them and giving them what they think they need.
Okay. So I don't have any more registered speakers, so I'll move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to scrutinise the Year 4 evaluation of the low-level mental health and support in schools project appendix, and agree to the submission of the appendix to the Scottish Government as the evaluation report for Year 4 of the low-level mental health support in schools project. So moving on to item number 7, Youth Work Service, Quality and Standards Report 23-24, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. I've got Mark Malloy here to assist if any members have any questions, so I'll open up the meeting to members' debates. Councillor Ferguson, do you want to come in?
I'll start it off. I think the first thing have to be said here is the punch way above their weight. Just for years and years and years now, I've seen this service grow and grow, but grow in the right way. I don't mean just get bigger. Growing in the level of support they give to young people, in how we grow our own staff for the future. The whole shooting match just goes on and on, and it's just really a commendation of this team, because it is a historical document, and and it's to go into Education Scotland. So as far as I'm concerned, I've got no complaints whatsoever about this service, and long may it continue, I would suggest.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Ferguson? Anybody else? No. So I'll swiftly move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to, number 1, note the work of the Youth Work Service from the 1st of April 23 to 31st of March 24, as detailed in the appendix, and 2, scrutinise the quality and standards report 1st of April 23 to 31st of March 24, as set out in the appendix, and to submit this to the Education Scotland. Moving on to item number 8, evaluation of Youth Beats Festival 24, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. I've got Mark Malloy is here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Dashford.
Thanks, Chair. No, thanks for the report, Mark. It's great to see it's been another success this year. My question's about ticket capacity. I know that all 40,000 tickets were pretty much sold out in less than 24 hours, which is great to see. But what are we doing to help fix that and make tickets more accessible for people who aren't, right on their phone in that very, very short time frame? Are we looking to expand capacity? And my next question, if you'll permit me, Chair, is about the food catering service for the festival. So I know that last year's report said that the council worked with the in-house catering service and the school meal service, but there's no mention in this report this year about that. So was that maintained this year? Thank you. Thanks.
You want to come in, Mark?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Dashworth, for the questions. In terms of the capacity, the capacity cannot be increased at the current venue. We have to work within the parameters set within a document called the Purple Guide, which is an HSE guidance on event safety, and without boring into with the details of it, there is specific formulas that we need to work within based on the square meterage of the site and what it can hold. And the other point related to that is that if we were to increase it, even if we did have space, it would incur significant additional costs in relation to the stewarding, medical security. So I would suggest that based on the current venue, that the 40,000 is the maximum that it could stay at. And with that, I think, as it says in the report, that tickets are prioritised to residents within Dumfries and Galloway, as well as the council is the main funder of this. In terms of the catering provision, that there was no in-house provision this year at the festival. That our colleagues within the school's catering team helped us out last year when we had issues around supplier availability, and they've done a great job for us. But what we were able to do this year again was work with commercial partners to offer that. But also part of the reason they couldn't do it was that the event last year was at the end of the school summer holidays, where members will be aware that the schools went back to school on the Monday this year. So that meant that some of the equipment and resources that were used to deliver that the year before were still required within schools on the Monday. So it meant that we couldn't have that offering there. And the final point on that is that we are very, very strict around our catering provision around maximum pricing to ensure that the pricing for the catering and the same with fairground operators, they'll continually tell me the pricing needs to be higher because their costs are going up, which we appreciate, but we hold very, very firm around a maximum pricing structure, which ensures that the offering for food is as low as possible. And we also introduced last year where the customers attending the event could bring in their own packed lunch as well, if they chose to do so.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've now got Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just want to ask a couple of questions about the scope of the people who are going. So it's page 132. The attendees on the Youth Beats Festival. Well, actually, I should first of all say it's a fantastic report. It's really interesting. But on the table at the bottom of page 132, 50% of people are coming from Nithsdale, and then the rest of the people are coming from other areas of Dumfries and Galloway. And I just wondered what efforts were being made to try and help the people from other areas of Dumfries and Galloway to attend, in terms of transport or in terms of advertising, to make sure that the sort of benefits of Youth Beats is actually being spread across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. Thanks.
You want to come in, Mark?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the numbers from across the region, I think it would be fair to say that any event will have a higher number of people attending it who are closer to the area, because it is quite a significant distance, as we all know, to get maybe from Stranraer or Langham to that. But I can provide assurance to the members that through our secondary schools that there is consistent promotion of this, so that all young people across all schools are aware of it, and within the wider community through a range of social media promotional posts which go on leading up to the event, so people are aware of it across the region. But in terms of supporting other areas, and when the festival moved to Park Farm in 2018, when it grew to the 2-day event, we allocate part of the budget to provide grants for youth and community groups to be able to offer transport and to have it subsidised by us to support young people who come as part of organised groups from across the region. But the other key bit of that is our Fringe Festival as well, which takes events into every single ward in the region, so that Youth Beats isn't just about the 2 days, it's about the tune experience and the educational element of that, which runs for the week leading up to it, and also the Fringe Festival, which delivers localised events in each ward area to ensure that children and young people maybe are not able to come to the main days in Dumfries are able to access something in the 9 days leading up to that prior to the main days.
Thanks for that, Mark. Now got Julie Irvin.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a question about the consultation. Obviously, it mentions the risk of this being cut from being a Dumfries and Galloway-led initiative. I think it's a really good festival. I know lots and lots of young people and families who go to it. I think it's a major source of income for our authority as well, and it actually puts Dumfries and Galloway on the map. And that's something we very, very much need to do to attract families to our authority, who'll bring children for our schools, who'll bring their skills, their talents that our authority can access. And I, for one, would be horrified if we lost this festival.
Thank you for your comments. Mark, do you want to come in on that?
Thanks, Chair. Just to say that in terms of, it was important, I think, to highlight it within the implications and risk, but at this point in time, as is all other budget saving proposals, they are proposals, and there's no decisions being taken in that. But I think it was important that as officers that we did highlight that within the implications and risk section of the report, but that would be subject to the members' decisions through the budget setting process.
Thanks for that, Mark. Councillor Ferguson, you were wanting to come in?
I think it's Keith Walters first, is it? He's spoken, right? Okay, thanks. Okay, where do we start? I think the first thing I would like to do is actually just to recognise the input of the volunteers who made this such a success every year after year after year. Without them, it couldn't go ahead. That doesn't mean to say we didn't say thank you to the staff who give up a huge amount of time for this as well. So well done to the two groups. There's the economic impact is huge. You know, when you consider we put 160k in and we're getting £1 million worth back of economic benefit as an estimate, and I would say it's a pretty conservative estimate. It kind of makes it a no-brainer. The two big things for me, though, coming out of this is, one, the customers, i.e. the young people who are there themselves. Obviously, they borrow the money or get the money from their parents, but they were quite happy to pay a fiver. Is it something like 80% of them were, 53%, sorry, were willing to pay a fiver or more for the experience they had. Because they know if they go, well, they can't afford to go to see Taylor Swift, they can't afford to go to the big names, but they can't afford to go to youth beats. And what they're saying is, if it keeps it safe, I'd be happy to pay a £5. That's what they're saying. So we need to remember that when it comes to budget time. But for me, the overwhelming bit, it's the unseen bit. Instagram, 1,128 engagements. That's huge, right? That's bigger than the World Championship cycling event, right? You know, and that's for basically 2 days here. And then that's only on Instagram. It shows you which part of the community are actually doing this, because my age were, well, it used to be X until he gave money to a certain political party, but never mind. You know, I'm a Facebook and Twitter guy, right, as most of my generation are. So when you add all that in together, and then TikTok as well, strangely not that many. And then the event website, I doubt there'll be very many more events in Dumfries and Galloway that the council website, or a council offshoot of a website, has had the best bit of 500,000 hits in such a short space of time. So I actually think, I've said it already, you know, thank the volunteers, thank the staff, and just keep our eyes open here to the. It's not only about the well-being of young people, there's also a huge benefit to local businesses and local everything else having this here. And when it gets to budget time, we need to take consideration, and there's no point in having a customer survey and then not listening to it. Right? If more than half the youngsters who attended want to pay a £5 or more, we should be seriously thinking about that rather than putting it at risk and not having it going on. Right? I think that's all.
Do you want to come in, Mark?
Just in terms of the promotional side, predominantly, Chair, that I think it is very well received, and I think part of that is because the promotional material that's going out within our social media is actually developed by the young people involved in the youth events groups. So it's not adults looking to produce that information and content for young people. It's young people providing it on a peer basis, and again, that's one of the kind of probably unseen parts of it, is that we've got young people that volunteer throughout the year to be involved in that. So I think when you do that peer-to-peer promotion and marketing, it does have better engagement than it does if it's you know, adults or council officers producing it.
Okay. And Councillor Stevens, you were wanting to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to say, you know, thank you and a good report. And again, just to echo Councillor Ferguson, thank you to the 202 volunteers as well as the staff. You know, that was 10,100 volunteer hours, so that's a huge amount of time to give up and help make sure this festival is carried out. And again, you know, the economic impact of just under £1 million. And again, it's a different type of customer as well, who will spend in different parts of the economy that you may not see somewhere else. And as a parent, I have to say, of a teenager, what makes this festival important is that there's much, very low level chance of any sort of risky behaviour at it. And it's a good way to allow children or young people to go out, spend time with their friends, and know that they're in safe hands as well. That, you know, you may be less inclined to let them go maybe to somewhere like one of the other bigger festivals that's mentioned, especially when you've got the worry of transport and that as well, if something had to happen. So again, thank you for putting Youth Beats on, and well done. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those kind comments, Councillor Stevenson. Any more speakers? No. Well, I'm pleased to advise that lunch is here. So that's near enough 20 past 12. So if we come back about 10 to 1. Oh, sorry, I'm seeing that lunch is here. I'm forgetting about the recommendations. I'm thinking in my belly there. So we'll move to the recommendations. Members are asked to note the work of the Youth Service from 1st of April 23 to 31st of March 24 as detailed in Appendix, and scrutinise the Quality and Standards Report 1st of April 23 to 31st March 24. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one there. Number 1, acknowledge the key contribution of volunteers involved in the Youth Beats Festival as detailed in 4.2 to 4.5 and in the appendix. Point 2, note the significant economic impact of the festival as detailed in 4.7 and in the appendix. And 3, agree to submit the Youth Beats Festival 2024 post-event report in appendix to Events Scotland. And to 4, to agree to receive a further evaluation report following the 2025 festival. And lunch is here. So if we come back about 10 to 1. Is that okay? Thanks very much, members. Welcome back, members. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. So we're now on to item number 9, the Transformation Update School Models Report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've got Lauren Foss here to assist members if they have any questions, and I will open up the meeting to members' debate. Has anybody got any questions? Councillor Dashford.
Hi, thank you. Can we just ask the officers talk a little about why the changes exactly in the scores? Can we just get some clarity around that in specific? Thank you.
Lauren, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. I think predominantly the main changes are based on pupil role. As the census data was updated in September, we've reflected that within the scores across all of our schools. There were a number of other small alterations that we made to the scoring matrix, but fundamentally it follows the same principle. We apply the 10 principles. If the principle was fully met, it gained a 2. If it was partially met, it gained a 1. And if it didn't meet the principle at all, it was a 0. So the biggest change was due to the pupil numbers, but we also reviewed things like community use of the facilities. So where there's been movement, it's really down to those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to come back in? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It does seem that a lot of the scores as a whole have gone down slightly across most schools. And you mentioned community use. I compared it to the scores which we had agreed previously. A lot of those ones were scoring 2s on community use, and now they all seem to be, or a lot of them seem to have gone down a bit. Could you just speak more specifically about why a lot of those have been reduced? Thank you.
Let's come back in, Lauren.
Thank you. Absolutely. When we drilled into the community use in more detail, we wanted to make a distinction between school use. So after core hours, after the school day has finished, the original spreadsheet had everything in there, including parent council use, extracurricular use, and that really is a function of a school and will always happen where a school exists. We wanted to try and distinguish into where the wider community are accessing the school facility as a means to deliver, something that isn't related to education, isn't related to the building per se, and the building was adding that functionality to the community. So that's why those ones have been reflected. I think it's also worth noting that these numbers will change on an annual basis. They will change every year following the census. We will bring an updated paper, but also monthly, these numbers can be changed because of how the principles are built up. So anytime a school comes into focus, and that's later on in the paper, we would always look to scrutinise the data at that point in time. So they don't stand still, unfortunately, but what we've got is a benchmark based for all of the schools measured at that exact point in time, contained within the appendix.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster, you want to come in?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just an observation and then a question. On page 173, the options appraisal 4.21, it says it's important to re-emphasise that all of the recommendations, the final decision will remain with elected members, but it goes on to say officers will rule out options that are unreasonable and unfeasible before bringing a paper to committee. Excuse me. I thought that had been the responsibility and role of elected members. Officers shouldn't be ruling out options. If elected members think it's unfeasible or unreasonable, that's fine, but that's not something officers should be determined, because that will then reduce the capacity for elected members to make judgments on a school-by-school basis. And I would hope that would be changed when members come to the recommendations. And maybe a question for Lauren on page 174, 4.25. And again, it talks about the maximisation of existing school estates be a priority, and many recommendations will look to amalgamate schools together. And I know one of my clusters was presented as a discussion topic at one of the engagement sessions. And whilst that might seem reasonable, in the paper elsewhere, it talks about if there were to be a catastrophic failure of a school for whatever reason, roof, walls, whatever it might be, officers may well choose to close that school because of the significant investment to reinstate it. So on that basis, if we were to agree to reduce one school cluster from 3 to 1, and then there's a catastrophic failure, maybe given the festive season, would that be turkeys voting for Christmas? Or is there some guarantee that if the communities involved were to agree to a single campus or a single school, that school would be protected indefinitely on the basis that we've already forfeited 2 other schools that were perfectly functional and functionable at the time that the amalgamation was considered? And I know that's only a hypothetical at the moment, but I think going forward, these discussions will take place, and it'll be interesting to know what Lauren or other officers' thoughts are on how we protect schools. And I know that the role will then increase and the scoring will be different, but it doesn't deal with a catastrophic issue that's mentioned in the paper at another place on this report. Thanks, Chair.
Lauren, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dempster. There's a lot in there, and I think the easiest way really to provide an answer is that every decision taken will not be based on this paper in front of us today. The decisions will be taken on an individual basis, paper by paper, school by school. And using the example of a catastrophic failure, I think we've had the experience of Beatwick Primary School recently, where a decision had to be taken by members around whether investment was put into the school to bring it back into an operational position. That decision was taken out with any consideration of schools modelling. Absolutely, the school modelling was not in place at that point in time. But these decisions in the future will have the schools modelling to sit behind that to help inform those bits of data that feed into that decision-making process. I know that's not really directly answering the question, Councillor Dempster, but I think it's really difficult to speak about specifics when this is an overarching paper which is trying in real terms to protect as many of our schools as possible by defining them as sustainable and making sure that we invest and we prioritise how we use our most sustainable schools first, and then if the hard decisions come along from a catastrophic failure, we can factor in where that school sits on the sustainability running order of things, and it might accelerate work at that school, or it might accelerate some difficult decisions around that school and any of its partner primary schools, if it's a partner primary school, or it's cluster schools, or it's schools in the same geographical area. I think that's probably about as accurate as I can be on that part, Councillor Dempster. I hope that helps answer the question.
You okay with that, Councillor Dempster?
As much as I can be, Chair, and I always knew it would be on a school-by-school basis and cluster-by-cluster. It's just I'd be concerned if some communities agreed to make changes in support of the school modelling programme and then were punished for it at a later date, and I realise that will be something that will be dealt with in the future. I still want to come back with a proposal to change the language on 421 at an appropriate juncture, Chair, because I don't think officers should rule out any options. That should be for members to decide. So if you allow me to come back at the time you are dealing with the recommendations, I'd be
yes, will do, Councillor Dempster. Councillor Young.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Very interesting reading. The charts on pages 179 to 181, the sustainability score is actually a very narrow score. It goes from a minimum of 8 up to 15, and I would have thought there would have been a way to have more differentiation on that, but that's just an observation. Could I perhaps, when we're looking at budget savings and things, could I perhaps ask for an update on Dalry High School and what's the next steps there? Because I think its school roll's now fallen down to 8.
Lauren, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. I'll come in the first part around the scoring. You're absolutely right. We've got a lot of schools that will have exactly the same number, but the data that sits behind that in terms of things like the condition surveys and the suitability scores, they have a real range of value in there. And whilst we've given them a 2 if they are a condition A or B, we are able to see exactly what the score in there. So behind this, we have another one that will put the schools that score a 16 starting at the high end of the scale into a numerical order with the number sitting behind and all the way through the list, so that when we come to look at the schools in a numerical order, we'll know which ones that have, whilst they may have all scored a 10 or a 9 or an 8, we'll know exactly which ones are a lower score and a higher score in there. Dalry, in terms of, I'll pass to John in a second on it, but obviously its scores are shown within the appendix that we have here, and we can see the numbers against it and how it's been categorised. But your question's probably more specific around the here and now.
John, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the question is just in terms of the pupil numbers at the moment for Dalry. Is that right, Councillor Young?
Well, in terms of sustainability, and I suppose a lot of parents, even in my ward, Castle Douglas, are wondering what's happening there, and there seems to be a lack of information about what the next steps are regarding Dalry Secondary School.
So without sort of wanting to preempt any other discussions that are being held, I can give you an update in terms of the pupil numbers at both the primary school and the secondary school. So currently in the primary school there are 45 young people, and in the secondary school there are 13 young people. The young people themselves are currently making their decisions about their choices for moving forward in their subject choices for next year. Head teachers working with families and the young people themselves to agree what that will look like. We also understand and we know that there's currently a review of, a development of a member officer working group to look at school mothballing as well, which will pick up in some of the areas of business that will be picked up within that. So I'd rather avoid having that conversation at this particular juncture about Dalry. I think there'll be other opportunities for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Greg Black, you wanting to come in?
Thank you. It relates to the first question, really. It's just about the understanding why the scores had changed. So I think you started to address that. I think just building on that, obviously some of those scores have changed, I would say quite significantly, going from a 2 to a 0, for example. There's a few examples of that. And I understand what you're saying in terms of, well, you know, data will change as you get access to more data. That'll impact the scores. But do you have a kind of timeline of when you would update these scores then to kind of so that they're relevant? I understand that they will change, but you even said month by month. But I guess I was just very surprised to see some of the significant changes, and I was wondering, would you be bringing this paper back to committee on a regular basis, an annual basis or something? So when you've revised the scores, perhaps that they're meaningful, because I was just a bit surprised, and I think in the interest of transparency, I think it would be good to highlight any significant changes here. So I'm just wanting to understand how what the kind of timeline for updating these scores is, and how you would make that transparent, whether it's just publicising it or whether it's bringing it back to this committee. Thank you.
Lauren, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, that's one of the recommendations that we're asking in the paper, is that we look to review the data through the year and bring it back to the December committee with the updated scores, with a revised appendix as it is today. I think, though, it's still important to reflect on the fact that whenever we, should members agree the paper today, when we look to bring a paper back in April, it will address the schools that have a lower suitability score, and at that point in time we'll refresh all the data for those schools so that we know that we're dealing with the live values and scores at that point in time. And when any of the schools are in focus for members to take decisions on, we'll always absolutely work with the latest data at that point. But just to give that reassurance, absolutely, we'll look to bring back the holistic view across all of the scores in December every year for members' scrutiny.
Thank you. Julie Irvine, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick question about the community use, because obviously some of this, you did explain why some of the scores have dropped. Is that, so you're looking at current community use, you don't look at potential community use? Because obviously in some areas where you've got things like a local library that may be set for closure, there are some schools that use the library facilities, so to be able to accommodate a community library, for example, in a school would be beneficial. I know from when I did my educational visits to Finland, they do that a lot, where they put community facilities into schools and then it's one access point for families. And I just wondered if that's being considered as an option.
Lauren, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. It's a yes and a no answer. No, it's not considered in the community use because that's absolutely about the additional benefits a school space provides to that community and how regularly that's used. So we are looking backwards at the number of bookings that have been placed. It's not looking forwards for what other use will come in the future, although we do acknowledge block bookings and we see what that can be across the board. What you've referenced though about assets and functions coming within a school is contained within the report. We talk about co-locating of services and that adds a level of sustainability to the school. So that is captured and that would be part of the process. So whilst it's not community use, it's still in the system so that we would consider that a more sustainable school if it's providing other functions. It could in theory reduce classroom accommodation, which brings up in efficiencies of use. So there's all those dynamics around those co-located functions. And it doesn't have to be just council functions, it can be third sector, other parties that are involved in those.
Okay, yeah. Councillor Scobie, you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, it's an interesting debate. I just want to build on what Jimmy Dempster was saying about protecting schools, where again some of them been made reference to savings and cuts that we're facing in this climate of continuing reduced funding from Scottish Government, UK Government, whatever. So it's a very difficult and contentious issue around any remodelling of the school estate. As we have had experienced over many years, that communities will try and defend their schools and so forth. And we've looked at earlier reports or a report that's looking at the recruitment, and we all know that anyone moving into an area, then they look at what kind of schools they are. Is it going to be provided at a hospital and so forth? So school does feature heavily on terms of anyone moving into an area, which affects again the recruitment. But I think against that, we look at the figures and the modelling, and there is a fear amongst the communities of closure, where it was referred to the optimum figure of 80% of occupancy against the preferred of 60. Some of our schools are falling below that in terms of the 50%. So there is this fear, how much will this be used to assess whether that school should remain or be sustainable over a period of time. So I just wonder in terms of all the figures and how we take away this fear of any remodelling, the fear of closure, and also to ask if our figures that Lauren and so forth have come up with, whether this informs our depopulation debate, because it has a significance to how we move this forward. As I say, anybody moving to the area, I'll look at what the school's like, is there a hospital near to hand, and so forth and so on. So do we use these figures to inform the depopulation debate? And also, I'm looking at page 176 in terms of our principles, particularly in 5.12, support our citizens, put customers at the heart of the services, support our communities, and be a responsive council. And I wonder just how much value we put in the community and what the community sees as the value of the school in their area and any future development. So two questions, the value we put in communities and the depopulation debate. This inform that debate. Thanks, Chair.
John, do you want to come in?
Lauren and I are just discussing who's going to respond. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Scobie. And I think it's a really interesting discussion and absolutely links to the wider sort of transformation agenda that we need to consider as a council moving forward. This is a journey. We know this is a journey that we've been on for quite some time, and we are continuing to take those steps forward to try and, as I often describe it, modernise our schools rather than just respond to what is, in essence, a significant decline in our population. And I think that's where the two parts need to marry together as well as possibly can. We know that with our falling pupil numbers, we've had to make decisions that perhaps haven't been what we would want to have made. This paper and this approach to looking at a school model for the future is about trying to finally get on the front foot for Dumfries and Galloway, try and create sustainable communities. Communities mean different things for different people, we know that. Many of our parents, and reflecting the early part of your questions was round about, you know, the fear of closure. We actually have many of our communities not wishing to have that very, very small primary school in their community so that they can then have an entitlement to transport to a larger setting. And I do believe, again, that this policy, this approach that we're looking at will be, I always describe it as the sort of Goldilocks approach, because we will have all shapes and sizes of schools across our region. We will not just have super schools or large schools. We will have a mix of schools where parents and young people can get that option to choose the type of schooling that they wish for their children themselves. So I think there are a couple of points in that. You know, I think it is about looking at the definition of community. We know that many of our communities that did have schools in the past have not simply sunk away and died. They continue to thrive, but they don't have a school. But the young people have got the opportunity to access schooling somewhere else, and usually nearby. And again, that was very much about the principles. When we were asking the questions about the principles, it has to be within that reasonable distance of travel so that the children can get those experiences. We, as an education department, if you like, are focused on the outcomes for our children. We need to make sure we get it right for those young people to ensure that they can take a very positive place in the world moving forward. Lauren, I don't know if there's anything further you want to pick up on? No.
Thanks, John. I think you've touched on all the bases there. I was going to just emphasise the numbers that we're seeing across the board. You know, we've had the information shared through this process that talks about the number of pupils that we had back in 1975, being around 10,000 less than we do just now. We look at the projections from National Record Scotland taking us through to 2043, 44, sorry, and it's a downwards decline. The numbers are real. It's what we see. We've got a report coming up next that talks about school capacities, and if you add the numbers up from section 3.3 there, since 2021 we're 600 primary children down just across a handful of years, and our school estate isn't evolving, isn't changing to marry up to those numbers. So we know that we can be a whole lot more efficient. Efficiency as a word doesn't sound great. It sounds as if it's reduction, but what we're looking to do is be more efficient so we can provide more in all the other places. It's about using the resources that we've got as effectively as we can, and always driving for improvement, always driving to ensure that our young people get the best opportunities and the best experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you happy with that, Councillor Scobie?
I don't know if happy is the correct
word,
but
okay.
I recognise, could I say, I recognise what John Thinn's saying, and well remember, I think it's the only school that I can remember in the whole of Dumfries and Galloway where it was the parents that chose to actually move for closure of the school, and that was at the Lawrence, where they said it. But then they faced transport difficulty in getting their kids to Sandhead and Patrick. So it's not the answer that John put out there. So that's one example of one experience, but it creates other difficulties. I didn't get a sense of the fear being lifted. I think we need to go, if there is in the modelling or remodelling of schools, that we need to be talking in early doors with communities, so that it is about them buying into the idea that it's about modernising the schools and give an indication of where we're coming from, because the sword of Damocles will continue to hang over the heads of the schools that can they meet these 80 and 60% and may well be below the 50%, but nothing near to trigger a review of that particular school. So we need to take the communities with us, and we need to recognise, as I said earlier, the value that schools have to that community or any community. And it may just point us to that. Is it any wonder that we can't get recruitment when we're seeing less and less, or could see the evolution of less and less schools in our community? Just a point, Chair. Thank you.
You want to come back in, Lauren?
Thank you, Chair, if that's okay. I think the reassurance that I can provide is that decisions today based on the school's modelling work will not define what that path looks like at this stage. What it will do is we'll put a running order for officers to start that engagement journey. You'll note item 11 is talking about a school closure, because that's where the fear arises. It arises from that potential. That's a thorough structured process that we have to go through. We went through that process with Hutton Primary School not too long ago, where we engage with communities. We find out exactly what the community's viewpoint and stance is on the school and what it provides to that community and their thoughts and aspirations for the future. All of that will come back as separate papers to this committee to take those final decisions on. What this allows us to do, Councillor Scobie, is almost what you described, that early engagement. This allows us to say, right, we're not waiting till we think we need to bring forward a request to consider statutory consultation on closure. We're not bringing forward a closure paper. We're saying, give officers the permission to engage with our schools, with their communities, and look at how we can improve the sustainability score of that school. Now, it may well result in some schools coming forward and we can see investment in these schools to bring improvements. There may well be others, though, unfortunately, where we talk about an amalgamation. That does mean a closure of one school, bringing two together, and we still have to go through that process. But I think this gives us a framework and a format to use to start those early engagement discussions, so that it doesn't come as a shock when a paper comes forward that just jumps straight to that closure process. So I think it gives us a better position to support our communities and at least take them along that journey and explain the reasons and the logic sitting behind it. Thank you.
Would you indulge me, Chair, to come back?
Yes, on you go, Councillor Scobie.
I think that is a partial reassurance that we will enter into early discussions. And indeed, it was one that I asked. I don't think that one in the west of the region, or indeed it's for other areas to make their own case, but one consultation in WSU is enough. I think we need to get down to the actual consultation at the coalface, the place that could be affected. And I do hope that what Lauren has just said is captured in the minute, so that it's not used that in 2 years or 3 years. I remember on the 10th of December 2024 that the committee gave authority or approval for school closures. I take heart with what Lauren's saying, that it will be taken issue by issue or school by school. But we need to get into that consultation early doors, if that is what's in mind. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jimison wanting to come in?
Yes, thanks. I've listened with interest to all the comments. First and foremost, I congratulate the team for all the work they've done. There's an immense amount of information in here, and it's hugely valuable to be proactive in our thinking rather than reactive, which we have been in the past. Far be it from me to disagree with Willie, but I'm going to have a go, Willie. The evidence is far from conclusive that closing a rural school it's caused by a village decline or vice versa. The evidence is very mixed and, as I say, far from conclusive, and quite often it's the village decline that causes the school to be closed. The other information that you can easily get by some even minimal research is that we've got too many schools and we're underperforming in our education outcomes. And if you speak to the professionals, the teachers, the staff in these schools, they'll say, all of them that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to quite a lot on this because I need to be informed before I've put forward opinions, is that they all believe that the scale of the schools is one of the big issues because they can't give a full curriculum. They can't have all the facilities that all children need. So it's really quite important that we look at, we've got over 100 schools in Dumfries and Galloway, and there's very few, if any, local authorities got so many schools. 16 secondary schools for the number of population we've got is a lot of evidence suggests it's too many. Now, having said all that, we have to be aware of community. We have to take folk with you, and I think as a council we've probably been remiss in actually getting out early, speaking to the communities, to the staff, to the parents, to the children. So we need to be seen to be consultative and community, but also bring through the risks and the benefits. And then we can get a more balanced approach. I remember speaking at a full council education meeting, I think a year after I became a councillor, and I asked that all members agree that we should be looking at the macro as well as the micro, and we got unanimous agreement. But as soon as this comes up again, we actually start scaring people, and that's what Willie's trying to avoid. So I think we have an open discussion, but I've got no problems. I think we've got no problems with these recommendations. Neither have there any problems with tweaking something here and there, but it's proactive and it's 10 principles. These just indicate where the issues may come first. But they're 10 principles. I'm not saying if you tick 7 of these, you're out. You know, it's a matter of discussion. And the comfort we have as members, certainly I have, is that the decision will be made by members at the end of the day. So ultimately, we want what's best for Dumfries and Galloway PLC, which is getting the best education experiences we can for our children and the best opportunities for our teaching staff to actually deliver high standard of education and community well-being that we can do. And bottom line is we're not doing very well just now, so this is one thing we can do to improve the situation. So we would be happy with the recommendations, but we're not going to die in a ditch over a couple of tweaks to reassure people that have got concerns.
Thanks for that. Councillor Dashford?
Yeah, thanks for letting me back in, Chair. I remember when this came in front of us earlier this year, and there was a significant lengthy tome with it, which had a breakdown of every school with all the data. I think it was so big it didn't fit through my letterbox. But I'm wondering if it's possible, could we get maybe an update on that specific document and recirculate it to members in relation to these new scores? I think that'd be really useful in terms of explaining further to members and just helping our understanding of an individual school basis, because it's one thing to look at these numbers on the spreadsheet, but you know, to have the pictures of the school and the data and really just personalise it, I think that would be useful, Chair.
Do you want to come back in, Lauren?
Thank you, Chair. I think what we would look to do is refresh that full document and bring it back every December. There's always tweaks and changes to schools. You know, we heard from the asset class earlier on where floor plans change, and I think members found it really valuable to have all of that information in one place. So whilst it is a big document, we would look to refresh that every year for members.
Okay, thanks for that. So I've got no other recommended speakers, so I'll come on to the recommendations. I know we're wanting to tweak some of the recommendations, but I'll go through them, then we can discuss that. So number 1 was note the updated school sustainability scores for the school estate 24-25 as detailed in the appendix. Number 2, agree to receive a future paper in April 25 listing the schools to be reviewed as part of a first phase of option appraisals as detailed in paragraphs 4.16 to 4.19. And 3, agreed to receive an annual paper in December with a revised appendix to update members on the school sustainability scores based on pupil census data. And I know that Councillor Dempster was looking to tweak some of the recommendations. Do you want to come back in, Councillor Dempster?
Thanks, Chair. Happy with the explanation that Laran gave in regard to the amalgamation of schools, but I would, if members are willing to support this, ask that we change the language on 4.21, page 173, and it's simply the last 2 lines, which will read, but all options will be presented to members for their consideration so that officers don't make a decision of what we accept and what we don't accept. I think it's reasonable that members should get every option, understand what the options are, what local members may be looking for, and members decide. So that'd be my proposal, Chair, if members are willing to support it. All options were presented to members for their consideration, and delete officers rule out options that are unreasonable and unfeasible, because that's not their role. Thank you.
Are members agreeable? We've got Councillor Brodie. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, I just want to support Councillor Dempster on that and support his suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Brodie. You got the word in there, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. So we're just amending that at the end of 4.21, which actually isn't mentioned in any of the recommendations, but I couldn't make it a procedural note as part of the minute.
Thank you. So moving on to item 10, review of school capacities, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Louise Ray is here to assist members if they have any questions, and I now open up the meeting to members' debate. Richard, was that, Councillor Brodie, was that, oh sorry, the legacy hand, sorry, it's fine.
Yep, yeah,
so that's okay, no problem. So item 10, do we have anybody wanting to ask any questions? Councillor Dashper, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It says that we've got a policy to agree school capacities, and this was agreed by committee in 2015. I'm just wondering, do we have a policy for secondary schools as well? Because that one seems to be specific to primary schools. Thanks.
Do you want to come in, Louise?
Yes, we absolutely do. That was updated in November 2022, I believe, where we made changes to how we recognise some of our subjects. They are currently recognised in the SNCT guidance as a policy as being non-practical, and we changed them to be practical based on how our schools were working and operating. So certainly we do have a policy for both.
Thank you. Could members get that information circulated to us for consideration? Email or such, thanks.
Sorry, I've got a sticky button. It should be in the links available. If it's not, I'm sure we can circulate that.
Thanks for that, Louise. Thank you. Now got Councillor Walters wanting to come in.
Thanks, Chair. I was just very interesting appendices. I just wanted to look at page 191. That's the secondary school capacities and efficiency by role and such like. I just wonder what actions we were taking as an education department to look at the differences in the efficiency by roles. So looking at the Dumfries, a couple of Dumfries schools, for instance, the Northwest Community Campus, the efficiency by role is 53%, and at St Joseph's College is 96%. I know there's some interesting issues about catchment areas and how it goes on, but as a council, we've invested very heavily in both of those buildings in fairly recent times. It'd be interesting to know what we're going to look at in terms of actually the efficiencies of those two buildings. Thanks.
Do you want to come in, John?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for yourself. It's a really interesting question on the backdrop of, as we've described before, a falling school roll, where we know that we have within Dumfries Borough 4 secondary schools, plus the bridge that young people can access as well. But we also know that the challenge is often when you build it, they will come. And we have seen that very much with St Joseph's College. When St Joseph's College was refurbished, we did have a significant increase in pupil roll. That has plateaued. In fact, it's on a slight decline at the moment. We would probably expect something similar when the high school, the new high school, is built as well. I think we will probably see a migration towards that building once it's up and running. And we certainly hope that when we see the academy refurbished, we will see a sort of equalisation as well within there. And obviously we've also got the challenge of continuing to make sure that we have good footfall at North West Community Campus. Much of that's in relation to, again, the backdrop of falling pupil numbers. But we will have too much capacity. I think it's accepted we will have too much capacity in Dumfries. And it goes back to the comments made previously in the previous paper about continuing to utilise the assets that we have, reducing where we can reduce, and utilising the spaces that we have available as widely as we possibly can to ensure that we've got that real community buy-in to the facilities that we've got available. Thank you.
Thanks for that, John. Look, anybody else to speak? Okay, so we'll move on to the recommendations. Number 1, to note the changes in primary school capacities as detailed in paragraph 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 and 4.4. Note the changes in secondary school capacities as detailed in paragraphs 4.5 and 4.6. Number 3, agree that the admissions for primary and secondary schools for August 2025 are based on the capacities as set out in appendices 1 and 2. And 4, note that officers have shared with head teachers the figures for their schools where there have been a change and will continue to liaise with them should there be any capacity pressures as detailed in paragraph 4.8. So moving on to item number 11, statutory consultation, St Ninian's Roman Catholic Primary School, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. John Thin is here to assist members if they have any questions, and I will now open up the meeting to members' debate. So not anybody with questions? Okay, so I'll move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to, point 1, note the community engagement undertaken as detailed in paragraphs 4.2, 4.3 and 4.4, and agree to the commencement of the statutory consultation process for the closure of St Ninian's Roman Catholic Primary School in accordance with the Schools Consultation Scotland Act 2010 as details in paragraph 4.6. So moving on to item number 12, Head of Service 6-month assessment, 1st of April 2024 to 30th of September 24 of Thriving Communities Service Plan 24-25, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Harry Hay is here to assist members if they have any questions, and I will now open up the meeting to members' debate. Councillor Dashboard, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Page 242, we're looking at the improvement projects. We've got 2 listed there. 1, create a taster card for young people, aged 12 to 18, that enables them to access 6 or 12 free leisure sessions per year. And then below that, we've got programme up to 12 swimming and skating sessions for 12 to 18-year-olds during 2024-25. We're being asked for the recommendations to take out the first one and replace it with the second one. My question is really, you know, the second one is specific to swimming and skating sessions. whereas the first one is just leisure settings. Now, I mean, there's no skating facilities in most of our leisure centres, so I am a bit concerned that this could limit opportunities available to young people across the region, and essentially, you know, because swimming and skating is a bit more narrow than just saying leisure sessions, which could include any range of, you know, sports and such. So I'm interested in what officers' thoughts are on that. Thank you.
You want to come in, Harry?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. The proposed change is on the back of feedback from young people themselves. The original ask was that it was very general leisure access, and for a variety of reasons the uptake was very, very low, and we worked with our young people just to try and explore why that was, and the feedback we got was that if it was more targeted at specific sports, then the likelihood would be there would be a greater uptake, and that's why we've proposed the change. But just to reassure members, you know, if at any point the young people who we continue to work very closely with wants to look at an alternative approach, we'll be very, very happy within the service to accommodate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Harry. You okay with that, Councillor Dashper?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And also, it does say that this programme is just for 2024-25. The one we're asking to remove doesn't actually specify a year. So is this just for this year, or is this a rolling programme? Thanks.
Do you want to come back in, Harry?
Yep, thank you. Just to clarify the timescale, so it would be for this current financial year, and then the overall plan that's jointly agreed will be looked at for 25, 26 and beyond.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Harry. So I've not got any more registered speakers. Oh, sorry, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Harry. Page 243, we discussed the develop a firework control zones policy, but there's actually been no progress on it yet. I'm sure I saw it on the forward plan at one point, and it's not been brought back to this committee. I was just wondering where we were at, given the level of given the level of antisocial behaviour we saw both in Annan and Dumfries this year, where we are with that. And also on page 259, provide the Multiply programme project. Where will that now be placed within these reports if it's not coming in here? Thank you. Harry?
Thank you, Chair. Yep, so in terms of firework control zones, members may recall that there was information circulated earlier on the summer, and the original plan had been to bring forward a report to this committee. But you may have seen in national media that there was at least one local authority that, having went through the process first, it was subsequently highlighted that it hadn't actually applied the legislation correctly. So we are wanting to ensure that when we come back in February 2025, we'll have all the arrangements in place for the next, well, fireworks season, for want of a better term. And the second question, it will be reported, assuming members agree it, within the economy and infrastructure performance reports moving forward. It's simply a shift of responsibility from one directorate to t'other. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that, Harry. Councillor Scobie, do you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, just on 2.1 is on page 234 under 4.6.9. And it's really, as I say, an observation, just the invaluable work that we get in our communities, not only in the schools, but into our communities in terms of the youth work and the recognition that we have there in terms of the awards, the achievements that has got for the work that they do throughout the year. And it's really just to highlight that in moving towards budgetary setting come February. And my other question is on page 235 under 4.613, and that's Scottish Government Child Poverty Accelerator Fund, where we've had had been given £80,000 that has gone towards citizen DAGCAS, Citizens Advice Service. And I just want to ask the question if this is in a supportive role, recognising our own council benefit maximisation team, so it's a joint effort and not as a replacement or substitution of the services that we provide as a council in that respect. Thanks, Chair.
Harry, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, certainly can reassure Councillor Scobie that, this is added value and in addition to the core service that our financial wellbeing and revenues team does, as is in fact the wider DAGCAS Commission. So this is for a specific focused bit of work that is in addition to either what the Commission provides already that the Council fund DAGCAS to do, or what is delivered through our own financial wellbeing and revenues team. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that, Harry. Did you want to come back in, Councillor Scobie?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walters, do you want to come in? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sticking with that point, actually, the page 235, 4.6.13. I was just, my understanding this is for posts in the Citizens Advice Service. I was just interested to know where those two posts would be within the region itself. And secondly, on the same page, right at the bottom, the Cultural Partnership for Dumfries and Galloway. I just wanted to know whether the December meeting had taken place yet, and if so, who the chair was, and when they were going to publish the strategy. So that's the two questions. Thanks.
You want to come in, Harry?
Yep. The first question, I am sure that the recruitment is, if it's not finalised, it's very close to it. So I can certainly advise members when the appointments are made exactly where they're located. But the intention is that that is of benefit to the whole region, regardless of where the staff are based. And the second question was in relation to the cultural partnership. Yes, the first meeting has occurred, and that follows on from decisions made at Communities Committee earlier on in the summer. I'm quite happy to circulate for members' information the paperwork for that, and happy to pick up any points that comes in the back of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that, Harry. Councillor Ferguson wanting to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I suppose it's not a complaint here, it's an observation. We get exceptional reports when things are bad, but when things are exceptionally good, we don't get exceptional reports. So how do we understand why they've been good unless we get told? So I'm actually wondering, just to give some examples, some of them are page 246, for example. The target for H1 term 1 was for SM16 was 1,874. It's 14,425. That's not an increase. That's cyberly, And you go further down there, you get others, a number of participants in sessions with those with a disability, additional support needs. The target was for just over 5,000, and there's 8,500 actually taking place. So how do we know what's making that successful? I think that's what I'm getting at here. And we're really good at selling when we're not very good, right? But not very good at selling when we are good. I think does that make sense? Yeah.
You want to come in, Harry?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very good point. And the way, my understanding of the way Pintana, which at the end of the day is just a management tool that supports officers and ultimately supports elected members to undertake a scrutiny role and function. If the parameters are set up that even if it's over performance, that should produce or automatically trigger an exception report, then that is something that Pintana is able to manage. And I think absolutely right. I think it's equally important to understand why something has went particularly well. You can then, pick up, replicate, share best practice. So certainly in terms of future reports, I'll be quite happy to speak to the colleagues that know a lot more about Pintana than I, and try and set some kind of triggers that where performance, and this is just off the top of my head, is say 20% above the initial target, that then that automatically triggers an exception report for all the right reasons. So I think that's certainly something that would just add a little bit of extra value to these performance reports. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Got Councillor Young wanting to come in?
Really, thank you once again, Chair. Going back to Councillor Walter's first question, I wondered, you know, there's 2 posts being created and being recruited at the moment, and I wondered if these vacancies are flagged up in front of our redeployment pool and we could appoint from within rather than external appointments.
Want to come in, Harry?
Thanks, Chair. In this instance, they're actually employees of DAGCAS. The arrangement is that DAGCAS will provide this service as opposed to the council, but certainly, you know, any council staff, whether they're in the redeployment pool or not, will be made well aware that these opportunities exist, but they're for fixed-term contracts, but they'll be employees of DAGCAS as opposed to our council. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that, Harry. I don't think I've got anybody else with questions, so I'll move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to review the summary of performance for the Thriving Communities Service Plan for the period of 1st of April 24 to 30th of September 24, which includes council plan delivery, services plan delivery, changes and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific, council-wide, including health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the Service Risk Register, Appendix 1. Number 2, to scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target, Appendix 2. And 3, agree the proposed amendments to the current Thriving Community Service Plan measures in Appendix 3. Thank you.
So, Chair, can we should be minuting as well that that the service head is going to be looking at exception reports not only for bad but also for good performance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tracy has that minute action to that minute. Yes. Thank you. So moving on to item number 13. Head of Service 6-month assessment, 1st of April 24 to 30th of September 24 of Education Resources Service Plan, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing, and Jonathan is here to assist if members have any questions. I will now open up the meeting to members' debate. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. Page 273, we discuss the reported violent incidents to employees, and we see that 645, so it's something we've listed before as a council. Is this now accurate reporting? Because we were worried before that it was under-reported. And on 275, we've got the risk register here, but there's actually no points in it, so we don't know where the original risk is and we don't know where the target risk is. And then just there's quite a few things in the middle that haven't actually been started yet. I was wondering what was going on with those. Let me just pull out one, sorry. So we can see, yeah, on page 269, carry out post-occupancy evaluations. I had a planned start date of the 2nd of September, but it's at 0%. Review the management of 2 to 18 campus. Initial milestone due the 29th of November, but we're at 0, and then refresh school digital strategies to reflect updated priorities. It was due to start on the 1st of April, but we're still at 0. Is there any feedback on those? Thank you.
You want to come in, John?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. First one I'll pick up on is the risk register. I'll be 100% honest, I don't know why it hasn't transposed, because it is in Pintana, and I did check again this morning, so I think there's a slight technical issue with the risk register not coming across appropriately. With regards to the incidents of violent aggression, yes, the figures are accurate from the system. The system itself, as we know, is moving to the new portal, the new health and safety portal. I'm hoping that that will provide us with better real-time data, and we can use that data to then obviously dig deeper and analyse the information that that provides for us. We've currently got 2 schools who are currently in the midst of piloting it, and there are 2 further schools that are going to be piloting it moving forward with the intention that this will be rolled out by the end of the current academic year. So all schools will have that portal, and therefore we expect to see really clear information coming from that. In terms of some of the activities that haven't progressed, and it does very much depend on the milestones and how the milestones are set, the post-occupancy start dates for the buildings has begun. It's just, again, it was the time of the reporting of this being picked up, so they will be picked up at the end of year performance report. The management of 2-18 campus arrangements, again, has been picked up and has commenced. It was, again, a time capacity issue that we had to try and get that work started, and actually we had a second meeting yesterday afternoon to develop that piece of work, and that will again be brought back to members at a future date. And the refresh of the school digital strategy is ongoing. We are currently working across, digital is a really interesting piece of business because it sits across both Jim and my side of the business, because fundamentally we need to put the right infrastructure in place to ensure that our young people get the access to the best resources, the best equipment, the fastest broadbands, etc. But ultimately it's to deliver better outcomes for our young people. So we've been working as a senior management team on that recently to try and agree sort of roles, responsibilities, and fundamentally who's driving the bus on this, because it should be coming from the children and young people themselves, the teaching staff, the head teachers, to ensure that their voice is heard, and we can ensure we've got a digital strategy that doesn't just meet the kids now, but it's starting to look to that future. We've spent an awful lot of time and effort trying to improve the infrastructure, as we know, and that includes some of the hardware. For example, the Promethean boards, the recent installation of the Promethean boards, which members supported the funding of, and that has allowed us to put the system in place. It's now moving forward to try and make sure we deliver better outcomes and improved outcomes with the equipment that we have. Thank you.
Thanks for that, John. Moving on to Councillor Jimison, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm looking at page 274 and 275. ERO1, the risk factor is failure to recruit and retain motivated and high calibre staff across the education service. I know this has been a problem for a number of years, and it's multifactorial. What I'm wondering, and the question I would ask is, are people less attracted to a region that's got 116 schools, many of which are not fit for purpose? And also, I'm sorry, I mention this again, but it's a reality. Our benchmarking performance is at the lower end. That could affect people's sort of potential teachers moving in and moving out. The other touches on the infrastructure we've got in terms of digital that we just talked about. There's quite a number of schools, certainly in the Central Belt, that have got one-to-one devices. And the schools, the outcomes from that have been really, really positive. So all these things can add to why somebody either doesn't want to come or is attracted away, particularly younger teachers that I've spoken to. So, and I know there's many, many factors, but are these some of the factors that you've recognised going forward? If you want to answer that one first, I can go on to the second question afterwards.
Do you want to come answer that first one, John?
Sorry, it was flashing green for some reason. I've no idea why it did that. It's technology then. Now going off. The recruitment of staff is a really interesting challenge for us across the council, and probably across Dumfries and Galloway as a region itself. And I think it is multifaceted. I think there are a number of factors. Well, I know there are a number of factors that lead to the challenge of recruitment of staff, from head teachers to heads of service, to classroom, learning assistants, to cleaning staff, etc. It is a challenge for us. And what we need to do is we need to be able to improve the conditions, the job opportunities, the progression pathways, the career pathways. All of those things are part of the work that we're undertaking in the background at the moment in many, many facets of the work that we're taking forward. I think there are other issues as well, such as the cost of living crisis and challenge that some of our younger professionals have, and are often deciding to stay more locally and closer to home rather than take the step to go further afield. I think there are other issues round about, you know, the cost of living in a place, the travelling expenses, etc., that lead to some of the sort of difficulties that we have. Fundamentally, the work we're doing is a bit of a root and branch on this one. You talked about, you know, the state of our schools, the sheer quantity of our schools, and we know that through the consultation on the school models that it was very strongly felt that teachers in particular needed professional learning communities so that they could bounce ideas off, they wouldn't feel isolated, they didn't feel lonely, they had the opportunity to peer work together. And of course that was one of the premises when we partnered our schools a number of years ago. It was to try and bring a greater learning community together. So I think there are probably no easy fixes with this work. I think there's a lot of hard work ahead of us to try and make sure that we are an employer of choice. People want to come in our education service, but other people will be saying the same. And I know that if Steve Morgan was here, he'd be saying the same about social work and social workers coming in to work with us. So I think it is a challenge for us as a council. I think there are particular issues for us in education that we're trying to address. And a lot of that is the work we're trying to move forward with in the background, which I would hope to be able to report through our service plan as we progress with some of the work that will actually become specific actions so that members have got sight of that and have got a visibility in terms of moving that forward. In terms of the digital, clearly we have invested a huge amount. It is a devolved responsibility for schools to make sure that they have the digital approach. We've put a significant investment in. We've tried to improve the engine, as I always call it, to make sure that the infrastructure is as first class as it can be. But it's an ever-moving feast. We know that there are always new avenues we need to continue to explore. And through our digital strategy, we hope to have that ability to have that oversight and to be planning ahead, not to react to something when it doesn't work. So hopefully that helps, Councillor Jimison.
That helps, and you obviously acknowledge the fact that it needs to be attractive both from a professional perspective and a livelihood perspective, and you're aware of that. There's a bit of a chicken and egg there, because until we improve the school infrastructure and we improve performance, to improve performance we need greater resources, but you're aware of it. But my second query is the RO3, which is the failure to deliver critical essential services, and the risk factors include inability to deliver education, attainment outcomes for pupils reduced and vulnerable, pupils of increased risk. This sits at a yellow, which surprises me. We know that ASN is stretched, completely stretched, and a lot of stage 3 children are probably not getting what they need, and that's evidence from Hugh Smith's papers going forward. We've got limited of funds to cover everything we need. Also, the ability to deliver, we will deliver education, but attainment of outcomes for pupils reduced. Now, that will have an impact certainly on parents' outlook, and our comparisons aren't great. So again, that's a yellow. I would suggest maybe that's been a wee bit complacent. And I know the difficulties that you have, and we know we've got a forward plan, but I would say it's a higher risk than a yellow. So I'll just ask you to respond to my observation.
Good to come back in, John.
Yes, as with any risk assessment, I think there are times it's more yellow than red, and at other times it's more green than yellow. And I think that's the nature of the work that we do. I suppose for my side of the business, it's about making sure we've got the systems and processes in place to ensure that we can open our schools are able to operate, our IT is safe, we've got good cyber security in place, you know, the robustness of the systems that are contained that deliver educational outcomes for our teachers and our support staff and so on to utilise that. So probably that's why our team have decreed this as a yellow. Yeah, there's obviously going to be a big impact if it goes wrong, but I think we've got enough in place to mitigate that risk, and schools themselves have got their own mitigations in place through their business continuity plans.
Just a quick response, if I might. Yeah, I realise your side is not the curriculum, but the impacts of schools that can't offer alternative classrooms for children that are distressed, anxious, etc., etc. I know, speaking to head teachers, that some of them have used their PEF money to get alternative accommodation, not just for the pupils, young people that need that separation from the class every now and then. and also to the children in the class that might be disturbed by other children. So it's these zones where children can go and study on their own, etc., etc. And also vulnerable pupils. Again, it's the potential lack of infrastructure to manage these. You know, in some schools you go into and there's kids with ear defenders in the lobby and things like that. These all have an impact on vulnerable pupils and mainstream children. So it is an infrastructure problem as well, but again, I'm quite sure you're very well aware of it. So I just wanted to raise, if I had that in a soft red, it might give us more confidence that you're aware of the challenges, which I'm sure you are, but it gives us the impression that you are very much aware of infrastructure as well as curriculum and teaching. Thank you.
Do you want to come back in, John? Are you just okay with that?
I'm just happy to note
That's
the comments
fine.
and we'll
Okay,
feed that back in. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm on 274 and 275 as well, John. I'm hoping it's a misprint, but the latest position for all three, that's ER 01, 02 and 03, the latest position, the risk was reviewed by the SMT in December 2023. That's a year ago. Are we honestly saying that we haven't looked at the critical failure in a year, or is it a misprint?
So as an SMT, we do review it annually, and it's important to have that triage, if you like, that ability to test ourselves as an SMT. So annually it is updated through that process, but obviously as head of service with those risks identified, these are risks that are continually sitting as part of our service plan. So we will review those and we will continue to monitor those through our fortnightly my senior leadership teams meetings. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, so I've got a green light now. Sorry. Yeah, but I'm just aware the public can see this document. Yeah. So it's a public perception, as it's not been looked at for a year. Where you gave me the answer I expected, John, and I think it's like when we talked to Harry just a minute or two ago. We need to maybe put something into that box there, say reviewed on a regular basis and as an annual review by the senior management team. In December each year. That would put the public at ease, knowing that something was getting done on a regular basis. It's semantics, I know, but it's this keeping the public happy. And if they're happier, then they're less trouble, if you get my drift.
That's great. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Dasper, you were wanting to come back in?
Thanks, Chair. Page 269, I'm looking at the top of it. As an improvement project, we've got our extension of free school meals to all primary school children. It says 0%, and we've got a due date of the end of this council year. But, you know, there's still a green light there. We're probably not going to make it to all primary school children. I'm aware that we are expanding it out to P6s and P7s who are in receipt of SCP payments. But if we're not going to reach 100% of all kids, should that really be green? Thank you.
John, do you want to come in?
Yes, once again, thanks for the question. I suppose it's, again, in terms of timing with this, we know that there were more recent announcements about the Scottish Child Payment and the rollout of that, and obviously the work's in place to progress to that. It was set at the start of the year in March, so therefore it was the ambition at that point. It will continue to be green until such times it falls off, because we won't be able to hit that universal with the package that's available. So accept the comment. I suppose it's been left as green because in theory we're still on track to meet that target until we don't meet it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what John's saying. I'll take that, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie, you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, it's just recognising the observations made by George and Andy in terms of 274 ER01, and then I relate that back to progress page 268, where progress arrangements to build the capacity for support for learners. learning assistance workforce where there's only a 28% progress being made. It's really to try and get a handle on the bigger picture here in terms of where the vacancies are and what we've got to address. And it's really to ask for a separate report on the vacancies, how the vacancies are impacted on additional support for learners and so forth. I just refer back to, and John made reference to violent and unacceptable behaviour. This is an issue that frequently or continually comes up at the Joint Safety Committee with our trade union colleagues in terms of the number of incidents and so forth. And I think it's the reason I'm asking for the report, as I've said, is to get that wider picture, that bigger picture of where these vacancies are and what progress we're making to recruit and also to address that issue in terms of capacity for support for learning assistant workforce. If that could be accepted, Chair.
You want to come in, John?
Yep, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Scobie, for the questions. I think they are two separate things, two separate entities. First of all, we want to make sure that we are recruiting the highest quality staff into our service, and we want to make sure that they've got the appropriate skills, abilities, and we need to then provide them with the appropriate support package within that. So making sure we've got good induction processes, making sure we've got good professional development opportunities. This allows us to become an employer of choice, and again, people who might want to come in and do work for us with those right skills. That is the work that we've been undertaking. We've spent a considerable amount of time and effort to try and build a package of training and support and professional development for our staff across all parts of the service, to be quite honest. Staff are still finding it quite difficult to access, partly due to their busy times and schedules and so on and so forth. But a lot of this we've been able to put onto an online platform and trying to simplify as much of the process as we possibly can. This complements the other significant piece of work that we're doing at the moment, which is a review of this, the learning assistants' job descriptions and person specifications to try and develop a career pathway for those staff, where we recognise that a generic set of skills perhaps doesn't meet all of the needs of all of our children. And I was actually going to pick this up on a point earlier on that was made this morning. We know that our children come in with and have different levels of need in our classrooms. We pay currently all of our staff the same salary, doesn't matter where they meet those needs. There is a view from the engagement that was undertaken last year that we probably need to look at a grading process where, depending on the role and the responsibility and the learner journey that you've been on in terms of your qualifications, etc., that it might be beneficial for us to look at a graded approach to delivery of, to the approach to learning assistance. So that's the piece of work we're undertaking at the moment. That one's the one I think is at 16%. But we know that that's about to accelerate, and there's a short life working group that's been set up and will continue to, will operate after the Christmas break, with the view that we will have a revised approach for our staff moving forward. We'll be working with our trade union colleagues, we'll be working with other professionals, we'll be working with principal teachers and learning centres, we'll be working with learning support teachers, we'll be working with senior learning assistants and learning assistants to try and develop that career pathway, because we firmly believe to support the inclusion agenda, having the skills and abilities in our staff and making sure they've got the appropriate training and support will improve those outcomes for those young people. So that's the complementary piece of work that we're going to try and do, which we hope will then improve the vacancy management that we currently have and ensuring that we can fill those places as quickly as we possibly can. So hopefully that provides a kind of wider response perhaps than the two specific questions, but hopefully you're seeing the connections between those areas of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to come back in?
Yeah, and I welcome what
you
John's
still got your hand up?
there. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you speak up a little bit, please, Councillor Scobie?
Okay. Yeah, I welcome what John's saying in starting to paint that bigger picture as to the work that's ongoing. but it would be good to see that in a report form. That's why I'm asking for the report in terms of vacancies, the pathway that John has just described, which could perhaps be beneficial, but it's so that we as members can see that as that bigger picture, and for an early report on that issue. In fact, I hope and sure that will be possible. It's just another point, Chair, and that's on page 269, 2 parts, ER 2D02 and 2D04, where it's talking about in the first part, 22, support schools either potentially to be considered for mothballing or currently mothballed, and then to SD04 refers to the development of a school mothballing policy. We know we've got a working group set up. One, is there a moratorium on any potential of mothballing while this working group is in being? And two, when can we expect a report on the outcomes of the working group? Year. So one is, I still think that we should be moving forward for a report on recruitment, on the issue that John just alluded to in terms of pathway career structure, and the other one is around the mothballing, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to the recruitment, there was an action noted earlier on in the meeting regarding that, Councillor Scobie.
Gets a report, fine, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, do you want to come back in, John, the second point?
Sure, thanks. So with regards to the mothballing policy, the policy is due to come to full council at the end of March. I think it's the 25th of March, but I could be wrong on that, for the full council agreement. And that is through a member officer working group. We've got I think we've had 2 meetings. We've got a third meeting in January, where we'll hopefully be starting to pull things together. We know that mothballing is a temporary measure, and again, hopefully the work that we've provided for members today in terms of the school models, but probably more importantly, the commencement of the statutory consultation on St Ninian's Roman Catholic School provides members with that level of detail about the work we would be doing if we did move to that point in the process. But the mothballing doesn't have a moratorium in terms of the numbers below 10. We're still currently working with schools that have got numbers below 10. There is only one at the current time, and we've been working with them. There will be no decision, and we will not be asking members to make a decision on that until after both the budget decision has been made and probably as we bring the school models principles paper back to committee in April. So we're very aware of timelines. We're very aware of, I describe it as the collision of 2 or 3 different aspects of work that we're trying to do here. Some of it strategic and forward-thinking and proactive, and some of it reactive to the current situation where we've got our young people and children in our schools just now. So we're very aware of all those timescales, and we will try our best to try and provide members at the appropriate committee with the decision-making that they need to make regarding those various aspects.
Thanks for that, John. Councillor Scobie, your hand's still up.
Sorry, Chair, I haven't taken it down.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Which I
Julie.
wasn't say that.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come in, Julie? Julie Irvine?
Thank you. It was just for some clarification, because I don't know if I'm reading it wrong or just not understanding it. So it's page 270, and it's looking at the key performance indicators of absence. So it says the average number of days lost per all other non-teacher local government employees through sickness absence. And the value is 4.41 days, the target's 4.5 days. But should that value not be the same as for the previous report from the other directorate, which is on page 247, which has the value at 5.81 days and the target at 4.5 days? Is that, I don't know if I'm reading it wrong, and then obviously underneath that it's percentage of days lost per through sickness absence as a percentage of the total possible. Is that then specific to Education Directorate?
Sorry, through yourself, Chair. It's specific to education resources. So there are three parts to the directorate, obviously with Thriving Communities under Harry, schools under Jim, and resources under me. So it's the staff that sit within my part of the directorate. So there will be three different numbers that will be reported.
Okay. Councillor Young, you want to come back in?
Thank you, Chair. Scottish rural local authorities have always had problems recruiting newly qualified staff. I remember well that the Scottish Government used to provide incentives in terms of several £1,000 in addition to their starting salaries, or the one that got me to bring me down to Dumfries and Galway was a schoolhouse. Now, obviously, these incentives are no longer available, but the social work department have a very successful Grow Your Own scheme, and I wonder, data protection allowing, should we be better at keeping in touch with Dumfries and Galloway students who go off to the Central Belt and do a primary school teaching, or once they finish their university courses going to secondary school teacher? Is there any way we can have an early dialogue with these potential newly qualified teachers? Because I think nowadays, with the cost of living, etc., more newly qualified staff are comfortable moving to their home area where they'll know they'll find accommodation. Because it must be quite daunting if you live in Glasgow, say, and say, oh, I fancy coming to Dumfries and Galloway. Then you look at the housing for rent, and there's absolutely nothing available. So I just wonder if we could do better at persuading our own staff, our own, not staff, I'm jumping the gun here, our own students who are considering teaching as a career, if we can keep in touch with them and persuade them more. Thank you.
John, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Young. I did have a wry smile when you described having the old schoolhouse as the incentive to move. Maybe we could now offer it as the old school rather than the old schoolhouse if we've got too much surplus capacity. But you're right, data sharing is the challenge with sort of tracking young people that have moved off to do something else. We do know that we know our positive destinations for our young people. We know that our schools are very proactive in terms of understanding, the career pathways that our young people have taken. But we have got a risk regarding, asking the questions and then basically asking them to come back. However, an authority like Dumfries and Galloway does keep close connections with our young people and the schools that serve them as well. So we do some of that kind of in-house stuff, but without it being official, I suppose, in terms of encouraging people to come back. And one of the key areas for us, though, has been working with the University of Glasgow at the Crichton campus, and we've been very proactive for a number of years, a long time now actually, to try and make sure that we're building the capacity to make sure that they're meeting our needs. And we've got a very strong partnership agreement with them to make sure that, and again, a lot of our young people will go to the University of Glasgow and Dumfries, again, partly due to the closeness to home, the cheaper opportunities for accommodation, etc. However, it's in Dumfries, and that's a huge challenge for us when we've got 150 miles from east to west, when we know that a one size doesn't fit all for Dumfries and Galloway, and it creates a huge challenge for us in the west region when that is the case. So we're very much looking at how do we provide support, accommodation, transport costs for the teachers to start to, not just stay within Dumfries itself. So I think a lot of these areas, again, are areas of work that we're undertaking. We're also now working very closely, again, with the University of Glasgow to try and look at part of the way to grow your own, but also to look at how they can provide for us in terms of the STEM subjects, so the sciences, the maths and so on, because by undertaking a one-year post-grad in Dumfries and Galloway might allow people who live locally to decide to stay within Dumfries and Galloway and rather than have to go off and find a job elsewhere. We've got the work for them. It's just making sure we get the two bits joined together as closely as we possibly can. Never an easy task. And we can never guarantee anybody any work. We have to go through normal recruitment process, but we can look to support them through the teacher induction scheme, which is the government-funded scheme, to ensure that they at least get the opportunity to have their first year of teaching in Dumfries and Galloway.
Thanks for that, John. So I've not got any more questions, so I'll move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to review the summary of performance for the Education Resources Service Plan for the period 1st of April 24 to the 30th of September 24, which includes council plan delivery, service plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service specific, council-wide, including health and safety, and including health and safety, local government bench and framework, and the management of risks with the services risk register. And to scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target. So moving on to item number 14, Head of Service 6-month assessment, 1st of April 2024 to the 30th of September 24, of schools, quality curriculum service plan 24 to 25, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've got Jim Brown here to assist members if they have any questions, and I will now open up the meeting to members' debate. Thank you. Councillor Jimison.
I'll stick to just one question this time. You'll be relieved. I'm on page 296, QCO1. Again, the risk register. It's dropped. It's still in red, but it's dropped 1. I'm wondering how we can justify that. Failure to meet statutory duty on delivering education and deliver on parental, pupil and other stakeholders' expectation. The risk factors go on to talk about statutory duty for quality education provision and school improvement, failures to fulfil ESL duties and GIRFIC ambitions. Long story short, I don't think our risk levels dropped given our comparative benchmarking and also the very frank feedback we get from Hugh Smith's team on ASN. So I'm wondering how we can justify that reduced risk, particularly when we've got the budget coming up and we're talking about quite significant cuts potentially if it's agreed by members. But my last question is that our defence on statutory duty is that we offer adequate and efficient. Is adequate good enough? When I look in Google at what adequate is in education terms, it's 40 to 49%. Is that good enough for our education of our children just to be just good enough? Not good, very good, or excellent. Now, I know all the challenges, and I know this is a harsh question, but my original question is how can we justify that the risk has dropped when the budget hopefully won't be cut because of the Scottish Government's and Westminster's gravitas? So my question is, how can we justify that reduced risk when the risk is clearly very high, and is adequate good enough for this council?
Do you want to come in, Jim?
I do, thank you, Chair. Yeah, 2 questions. Take the second one first. Yeah, absolutely right. Adequate and efficient is not my language, neither is it yours, it's the law, and therefore that's a statute. So your question is, am I satisfied with that as a benchmark? No, I'm not satisfied, so that's that one. The second one is the dropping of the risk in given that the mitigations are written out. And what I would say to you is, I think there was a previous officer said that clearly, I think it was Mark actually, Mark Malloy, so that clearly I can't write any of this with a crystal ball about what might be decided around issues that will be determined in February. So I'm not writing this predicting budgets. Clearly, anything at the moment is just a proposal in terms of budget. So what the target risk is in the event that the mitigations are implemented, it's my belief that that would be the target risk. However, I'm more than happy to take your point, Councillor, and have a look at that again, the same as John does. You're right, Hugh and I talk about it regularly, as do Karen, Alison, Linda and Darren. And so we review these, and I'm happy to review it again in light of your comments. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the answer, Jim, and thanks for accepting that adequate is not enough, because as a head teacher, you never accepted adequate was good enough. What I would say, and I would repeat the fact that we should be putting this at higher risk in that we don't know what the budget's going to be. We don't know what's going to be available. So therefore, just continued engagement with the Scottish Government to mitigate against financial risk. We don't know what's coming. So in the event that we don't know what's coming, the risk should be set at worst possible scenario, not best possible scenario. It's just to be realistic. You know, I'm often a bit harsh in that we do list all the successes, but we need to know where the weaknesses are as well. ASN is under a lot of pressure. So that's quite a high risk, and it's not reduced, it's increased. So I'm being semantic here, but I just don't believe that our risk has reduced. But I'm not going to die in a ditch over it. I'm just making the point that we've got challenges ahead that you're very well aware of.
Thanks. I take your point, and it's just about whether we consider it in terms of that, because there's a known unknown, Rumsfeldian, we then have to say there's a risk because we don't know the tangibles, whereas in other years we might do because it would be less potentially impactful. I think you're right to say that doesn't reflect potential decisions, absolutely, and I think I can't really do that. But your point is well made, and I take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You were wanting to come in? No. Councillor Dashper.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm looking at page 289 in relation to the uniform timetable structure for all secondary schools and such. I'm just wondering, how is this being communicated to parents and staff? Because in recent weeks, this has gone out to schools, and I've got emails from teachers in Stranraer who aren't exactly happy with the changes. So I'm just wondering, what is the communication plan for the uniform timetable changes? Thanks.
Just come in, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dasper. We liaised with our communications colleagues and put together a plan about how that will be rolled out. You obviously received information around that before other staff than our union colleagues, our staff within schools, and then parents, carers, and the young people. But there was a sort of hierarchy of communications. I put some of them out, and then I requested that head teachers, using my letter, put those comms out. I'm a parent of young people who attend school in Dumfries and Galloway, and as a parent, I received those communications. So my apology, absolutely, if there have been examples where that hasn't worked according to that procedure, and if you've, Mr. Councillor Dasper, if you've got any details around that, I'd happily ensure that parent or carer or those members of staff have got that communications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. So don't have anybody else. Oh, Julie Irvine. Do you want to come in, Julie?
Thank you. Just a point of clarity, 2 questions. They're on page 289. It talks about the change and improvement activities, and it says about the consultation about the asymmetric school week, and the progress is at 50%. Surely we're not now moving to the asymmetric school week as of August, so should there not be an exception report on that, because that's been overtaken by other things? That's my first question. And my second question is to do with the absences, because the absences on page 292, it's the absences that are lost. Are these teacher absences? Are these school absences?
You want to come in, Jim?
Yeah, could you give me the page, please, Julie?
One.
Well, you said it was 289 for the asymmetric.
289, it says change and improvement activities, QCC1, CI, 01, consult with stakeholders in relation to all schools moving to an asymmetric week. Progress 50%.
Yeah, sorry, I meant the page of the other one.
The other one, page 292.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think it probably does require an exception report. I think what it does need, and this is obviously because when these are put forward, you know, we have to put these forward well in advance and write them well in advance. So I think it's probably just a timeline thing, that one, that we have now concluded all the work in relation to the consultation for the 4.5-day week proposal, and that's been overtaken. So, yeah, thanks for that. well noticed. And in terms of absences, and your question is that in relation to school staff? Yes. CW03QC, that's number of days lost to non-teacher local government employees. Is that the one you're meaning?
Yes, it's the two figures there. So both, because the value on the top one there is the same in the previous report, but the report prior to that had a different value. So I thought if it was all other employees of the council, all three reports should have the same absence percentage and days in there. But the one below says performance lost per employee. So I wasn't sure if that was by directorate, which is what I asked last time.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think, I mean, others might help me on this one, but my understanding is that when it's the same as what John had, what we're talking about there is the staff who sit within schools, whether teaching or non-teaching. And John or I might have another set of data which relates to the staff that work within the directorate. And then Harry will have an entirely different group of staff as well relating to communities. Is that clear?
Okay, so which one refers to staff within schools?
If I may, remembering that within Jim's team he has a number of centrally employed staff who are or who are not teachers, so they're working within the school's service, but they're not actually working in schools. So there are, and you've got a big directorate. This data is cut through the staffing system, depending on who the line manager is and who the chain of command is in terms of the reporting structure. So we can certainly break that down. It's in the business plan in terms of the numbers of staff who report to John, the numbers of staff who report to Harry, and those who report to Jim. But those who don't report to a head teacher, who may report potentially to a learning support team or may report directly as quality improvement managers, they would be included as teachers, but they would also be included as reporting to Jim, but not reporting to a head teacher. But I'm happy to provide that breakdown to you if that's helpful.
Okay, it's just I was querying the amount of staff absence because it seems to be on the rise.
And that's correct. Staff absence is on the rise.
And we've not hit flu season yet. And so I'm a bit concerned that we're going to have a lot of staff absence is what I'm worried about.
And as are we, Julie, and I think that's why the wellbeing work we're doing as a directorate is really important, not just for schools but for all the staff, because we know the reasons for staff absence at the current time, and I think staff absence across the council has been a focus of our recent corporate management team work and how we best support all of the people who work for us to be happy and perform well at work. But yes, we are hitting the winter season and we have levels of staff absence, but not all absence is related to winter weather.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, Julie's just given me the perfect reason why we don't stop flu jags for teachers, but never mind, that's another point for another day. Across all these last three reports, Harry's, John's and now Jim's, we're having problems with this. Is it still called Pintana, the software? Yeah. So this will be the software we took on board. I'm looking at Harry probably here, probably about 14 years ago. Aye. Aye, because I'm wondering here whether we need to actually report back into the centre and say that either A, have we used this software programme to its greatest extent as most benefit for us, right? Or are we needing people trained to do that? It doesn't have to be any of the three senior officers sitting there because they've got staff who can do that for them, right? But I'm just acutely aware here that every time we're talking about this kind of stuff, it's we're having difficulty understanding it. It's not explaining it fully. it's part-time, it's part here and all over the place. And I'm actually wondering whether we should just ask the question, Gillian, at the senior leadership team, is Bintana fit for purpose, or do we need to train staff to actually utilise it fully if we're not using it fully?
Thank you. We received a report at the senior leadership team recently regarding the council priorities and council plan updates, and I think the view was that on 2 or 3 reasons. Firstly, that staff can always improve in terms of how they use it on a day-to-day basis. This shouldn't just be a 6-monthly task. This should be a piece of work that helps us with our workflow and helps us to see the milestones that we're meeting. It shouldn't be a bureaucracy. It should be simple and intuitive, and that people should feel supported, and that's certainly something we're looking at. And also we are still looking at the realignment of the various actions across the new structure. But again, we're well into that now, so that is certainly not a reason, but we're still looking at projects that were instigated in the previous structure, so there's some duplication potentially in the responsible managers. But it's a system which operates well. It's a strong system which has been embedded for almost 10 years, as you say, but I think there are probably, with the ways that we use it and the ways we use it to report, we could perhaps do better. Clearly it's not meeting members' expectations, and also if staff find it burdensome, then that's something we should be looking at.
Did you want to come back in?
Again, she's back to public perception. It's a public document. The public are seeing this, and they're seeing actions. They'll take Jim's team, for example. I'll pick one of them there. We're 20% complete, and it's due to be finished by March. Now, that doesn't mean to say that his team's 70% behind. It means that that's all the way that the software is actually shown. So if you're a member of the public who doesn't have any knowledge of the software systems or the processes, you're looking at it and they're going, oh, look at that. They're only, how on earth have they got to complete that by March? You know, it's just about public perception, I think, and I think it's probably worth looking at, but no here, obviously, but it's come out, the theme has been here across all 3 reports we've looked at today. Right. So.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. So I've got no further questions, so I'll move on to the recommendations. Members are asked to review the summary of performance for the Education, Quality and Curriculum Plan for the period 1st of April 24 to the 30th of September 24, which includes Council Plan delivery, Service Plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific, council-wide, including health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the services risk register, Appendix 1. And 2, to scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target. So moving on to item number 15, Dumfries and Galloway's Region-wide Community Fund Annual Report 23-24, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. James Parker is here to assist if members have any questions, and I will now open up the meeting to members' debate. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Just to commend the report, and actually more especially commend the organisations that have utilised the report, because without them there's a lot of things would go undone in this region. So, and I'd be happy just to move the recommendations after that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. I'll move to the recommendations. Members are asked to approve the annual report for the Dumfries and Galloway Region-wide Community Fund 23-24 as summarised in section 4.2 and detailed in the appendix. So item 16, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to the need for a decision. I have no other business deemed urgent to the need for a decision. May I take this opportunity in saying to have a good festive break to everyone, and when it comes, and see it, I'd like to look forward to seeing you all in the new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done, Chair. Well done.